truly so suddenly in Tumbler Ridge, BC. But I'm at a loss for words. They've all been said. What can I say to ease the pain of a parent who will never again see or hug their child, watch them grow, share with them the ordinary joys and sorrows of daily life? As a mother, my heart breaks for those years lost forever. What can I say to heal the wounds of a community that once lived in trust and may now be guarded? What can I say to the families who keep vigil by the bedside of the injured, hoping and praying? Or to the traumatized children for whom school was once a place to play, learn, feel safe? Words have become trite. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. We in this House can honour the lives lost in Tumbler Ridge. We can ensure that this tragedy will never happen again to other families, other children, other communities. We have the tools and the power to make that pledge. We must now find the courage.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
I rise today to honour the life of James Feltham of Deer Lake, who we knew as Jim. He passed away just a few days ago. For 30 years, Jim devoted himself to teaching at Elwood Regional High School, and for more than 50 years, he was a pillar of the basketball community. He coached generations of young athletes, including me. He gave so much of himself to the sport that he loved. Jim also salmon fished along the Humber River close to our family property, and we anticipated the opening of the season and his arrival when he would put his boat in the water. We watched him spend hours out there. It wasn't just something he enjoyed, but also a place where he seemed to find tremendous peace. He never wanted help getting on and off the river, highlighting his quiet independence. Jim's leadership, his love for his community, and his independent spirit left a lasting mark across our town. He meant something to so many of us. Today we remember him with gratitude and respect. My heartfelt condolences go to his family and all who were fortunate enough to know him.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Central.
Mr. Speaker, how do we ensure that fear will never defeat us as Canadians? Families in Tumbler Ridge have faced every parent's worst nightmare. Innocent lives were taken, and many others were injured. To the grieving families, we offer our deepest condolences. Your loss is felt across this country. To those recovering, and to the students and teachers carrying trauma, we stand beside you. We thank the teachers who protected their students, the first responders who ran toward danger, and the healthcare workers who worked tirelessly to save lives. In Burnaby Central, we come from many cultures and speak different languages, but we stand as one in our promise. Our children should grow up free from violence. Today, we hold Tumbler Ridge in our hearts. We rise together by choosing light over hatred, solidarity over division, and peace over violence. We deny fear its power, and in every choice we make, we uphold Canada, a land of courage, a home of compassion. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Lunar New Year has been celebrated on this land for as long as Canada has been a country. When Chinese immigrants first arrived in British Columbia around the time of Confederation, they brought with them the traditions that were passed down for thousands of years. Traditions of family, renewal, gratitude, and hope. And for over a century, these celebrations have been part of Canada's history. Today, Lunar New Year is celebrated by millions of Canadians with roots tracing back to Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese descent, and embraced by neighbors and friends of every background. The values celebrated at this time of year, like respect for elders and the generations before us, responsibility to family, generosity, and community spirit, are also conservative values. We believe strong families build strong communities, and strong communities build a strong country. It is people, not big government, who empower society and shape our future. To all those across Canada celebrating in 2026, I wish you health, prosperity, and happiness in the year ahead as we welcome the Year of the Horse. Happy Lunar New Year. Gong hei fa chai.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, in life there are people who inspire us with their self-sacrifice, strength, and dignity in adversity. As Veterans Affairs critic, I have met a number of exceptional people. I have come to know a world that is too little known, a world full of humanity and altruism. And there's one person in particular that I'd like to mention, one of the guardian angels who each in their own way transformed their experience of combat into a force for good. Mr. Speaker, I wish to introduce retired Captain Jocelyn Demetre, founder of the Hero Lodge, a retreat in the Northwest Territories that he funds from sales of his book. He also received the Minister's Commendation. I'd like to thank him. Jocelyn Demetre is a hero who every day pursues his mission to serve.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, we are all heartbroken by the horrific attack at the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. No parent should ever have to experience the loss of a child. I want to join members of the House in sharing my grief for the 9 lives lost in Tumbler Ridge on Tuesday, and to pray for the quick recovery for all the injured survivors. I also want to thank the first responders for their professionalism, which doubtlessly saved many lives. As the people of Tumbler Ridge feel the weight of their heavy loss, I want them to know that this House and this nation stands with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Canada's housing market is sending alarming signals. New home sales in the GTA have fallen to their lowest point in 45 years, putting up to 100,000 jobs at risk. Across major markets, sales are down sharply, while builders report layoffs, and there is growing concern about their ability to stay afloat. At the same time, home ownership among Canadians 30 to 34 years old has fallen significantly over the past decade, and new housing supply is failing to keep pace with population growth. Nearly 9 in 10 Canadians now express concerns for a housing affordability, and many young people are considering leaving their communities because home ownership feels out of reach. Without action, an entire generation now risks being locked out of home ownership in their own communities. Young Canadians deserve policies that increase housing supplies. When will the Liberals collaborate with us and remove barriers to construction so we can restore the dream of home ownership for young people in this country again?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a British Columbian to express my deepest sympathy for the people of Tumbler Ridge. Innocent lives were lost in an unimaginable tragedy that has shaken a small and deeply connected community to its core. To the families, friends, classmates, teachers, and first responders, you carry a heavy burden of grief that is almost impossible to bear. Nothing can replace the beautiful lives that were taken. They matter, and they will never be forgotten. And in this country, when tragedy strikes one community, it touches us all. Canadians don't turn away. We draw closer. We stand together. We support and love one another. And that is who we are, and that is what it means to be Canadian.
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, American protectionism is hammering our auto sector, yet this Liberal government has announced a $2.3 billion EV subsidy for vehicles built in the United States. That is not leadership, it's economic capitulation. Donald Trump has been clear he wants every Canadian auto job moved south. Under the Liberals, 5,000 Canadian auto workers have already lost their jobs. Plants are idled. Families are hurting. Yet the government is prepared to let Canadian tax dollars subsidize American factories during the economic fight of our lives. In Niagara, a brand new EV plant was completed but never opened because the market never materialized. Another major EV battery facility is being built right now in a precariously murky market. Conservatives believe in one simple, non-negotiable principle. Canadian dollars are for Canadian jobs, full stop. Not to bankroll foreign factories, not to ship opportunity across the border, and certainly not to export our paychecks, our plants, or our prosperity.
L'honorable député de Pontiac, Kitigan.
The honourable member for Pontiac, Kitigan, Zibi.
Mr. Speaker, in this tragic week for our country, my heart is also with the people of Kitigan, Zibi. The community is grieving an unimaginable loss when they lost 2 of their children. A loss that every parent, every family, every member of this strong and deeply caring community feels today. To the people of Kirigan-Zibi, I want to say this. You are not alone. We stand with you. We're mourning with you. À la famille et au...
To the family and loved ones, our thoughts and our prayers are with you. As you start out on this path of both grief and healing, we walk with you, Miigwech.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this past Tuesday, innocence was lost. Not expecting the unimaginable horrific events that would take place that day, parents packed lunches and sent their children to school. Precious lives were taken and many others were injured in an act of devastating, brutal, and senseless violence. Mr. Speaker, long after the political statements are made and the flags are raised and the cameras are gone, this day must forever be etched in our hearts and minds, because the families in Tumbler Ridge are forever changed. And they're now facing unimaginable grief. The grief of silent classrooms, of empty seats around the dinner table, of parents replaying the last goodbye, wishing they had held on to their child just a little bit longer, or told them that they loved them. The sorrow that we feel is almost too heavy to bear. On behalf of the families in my riding of Caribou Prince George, many of whom, like mine, have friends and relatives in Tumbler Ridge, I extend our deepest condolences. To the students whose sense of safety has forever been shaken and lives forever changed, we are here for you. To the teachers whose courage and selflessness saved lives. To the first responders who ran towards danger to protect others, and to the nurses and healthcare workers who treated the wounded, you are truly heroes, and we owe you a debt of gratitude forever. It is on us as a nation to wrap the community of Tumbler Ridge in our collective arms, to lift them up, hold them in our hearts, and to never forget. To my colleagues, hold your loved ones a little tighter today, and never miss an opportunity to tell them you love them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, Tuesday's tragic events at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School have left a community devastated. My heart is with the families grieving unimaginable loss. I'm wishing love and strength to those who were injured, and with the students, staff, and residents who are now trying to process what happened. No community should have to experience this kind of violence. I want to acknowledge the courage and professionalism of all first responders, educators, and local officials who acted swiftly to protect others and respond in a moment of crisis. On behalf of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, I extend our deepest condolences to everyone affected. We stand with the people of Tumbler Ridge and all British Columbians, and indeed all Canadians, at this heartbreaking time.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the official opposition, I would like to reiterate the messages of condolences and support from this House to the victims who are still fighting for their lives. For those whose lives were cut short, and for their families, and for the community still reeling from the senseless shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, je souhaite réitérer le message de...
I wish to repeat the condolences and support of this House to those families affected, those whose lives were tragically taken. Our condolences and thoughts to the very shaken community.
As to the support being provided, and share any news that would be appropriate as this investigation proceeds.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et pour la question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question.
Been grieving since the horrific events of Tuesday, and nowhere is that grief more deeply felt than in the community of Tumbler Ridge itself. The residents have come together to support each other in this time of indescribable pain, and obviously, Mr. Speaker, we want to assure them they are not alone. The Minister of Public Safety is in Tumbler Ridge working with colleagues, and including the Member of Parliament, working with provincial and municipal partners to hear directly from the community and coordinating with those levels of government. Service Canada officials are planning to be present very soon on the ground as well, and we expect that further updates will be provided from the RCMP as information becomes available and as their investigation progresses. Finally, Mr. Speaker, at the invitation of the Mayor of Tumbler Ridge, the Prime Minister will be traveling to the community on Friday to attend a vigil in memory of the victims of this week's tragic shootings, and the Prime Minister has invited leaders of all parties to accompany him to the community. Mr. Speaker, this has been a dark week in the history of our country, and I know we will all, working together, get through this, and we continue to send our heartfelt best wishes and sympathies to the people of Tumbler Ridge.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
I thank the Minister for that update. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian dream of home ownership is fading for too many young Canadians. Despite lots of announcements, the actual results from the Liberal housing plan is downright depressing. Home ownership among 30 to 34-year-olds has fallen to 52%. New home sales are down from 45% in the GTA and 56% in Vancouver. In fact, the government's own housing agency is predicting that new home starts will fall, not increase, by more than 18% for the next 3 years. It's clear more bureaucracy isn't the answer. When will the government adopt the Conservative plan to kickstart home building by removing the GST on all new homes and restore the dream of home ownership for young Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government cares deeply about affordability for young Canadians, and that's why before the House right now is the Build Canada Homes Act. Build Canada Homes is about strengthening Canada's future by creating a modern, resilient housing industry. We are building an industry that protects our economy, empowers our workers, and gives Canadians, especially young Canadians, the affordable housing they need. The Build Canada Homes Act is before this House. We hope the members opposite will support it.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Speaker, the government's own data shows that building bureaucracy doesn't actually get results. But the Liberals also have it backwards on the auto sector. In the last 10 years of the Liberal government, the number of vehicles produced in Canada has fallen from 2.3 million cars to 1.2 million. Their plan forced working Canadians to send their tax dollars to subsidize the purchase of EVs that most Canadians cannot afford, and the vast majority of which of those EVs sold in Canada are not made in Canada. That means some of the biggest winners of this subsidy program are American auto workers. Instead of forcing Canadian workers to subsidize foreign-made vehicles, why not adopt the Conservative plan and remove the GST on all new vehicles?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
I would like first and foremost to extend my, of course, prayers and heart to the victims and families in Tumbler Ridge, and know that this government is in support of those affected. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleague that the money that is going to be supported in EV incentives is actually for Canadians, at a time where we need to make sure that affordability is at the core of everything we do as a government. And that is why Canadians need to be able to have access to more money to afford the right cars, including those made in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the number of cars manufactured in Canada has decreased by half compared to 2016, and over 5,000 jobs have been lost. To add insult to injury, the Prime Minister has introduced an auto strategy that subsidizes EVs made in foreign countries. However, on this side of the House, we have a better idea. Why not ease the burden on Canadian workers and taxpayers by cutting these subsidies for EVs manufactured abroad? Do they think it's a good idea? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what is a good idea is our auto strategy. Our auto strategy is welcomed and applauded by the industry, by the industry's workers, by all those who want to make sure that they are employed today, tomorrow, and in 10 years in that sector. The world is moving toward electrification of transportation. We need to modernize. We need to go in that direction, and that's why we have our auto strategy. Why are they ideologically opposed to not only affordability, but also electric transportation? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. So does that mean that the global market is doing well and that that Canadian market is not? Now, Mr. Speaker, Quebec City, as we know, has always been a tight-knit community, a place where you can buy a house, raise a family in total safety. But now, Mr. Speaker, we must say that the Liberals have increased immigration so much that it has become impossible for young people to buy their first home, even in Quebec City. One thing is certain, that doesn't seem to bother the mayor of Quebec City, who celebrates this terrible situation in the Globe and Mail. Will the Minister of Immigration finally admit that the disproportionate immigration levels imposed on Quebec are preventing young Quebecers from buying a home and starting a family? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's ironic to hear the member talking about affordability. The mandate of Build Canada Homes is to build affordable homes all over the country. There are sectors going through tough times right now, like steel, lumber, aluminum. We are going to protect industries, protect jobs, and we are going to build homes that are affordable to people. There are also a lot of helpful NGOs. Will they stand up for their constituents in their ridings and vote for the budget, Mr. Speaker? That's the real question. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I don't think she understood my question. She should read an article published yesterday. In the article, Étienne Alexandre Beauregard, who's a young Quebec intellectual, warned that the war on cars, radical environmentalism, and overly restrictive immigration levels are changing Quebec's unique identity. Young people can no longer afford to build a home, and Quebec City's Liberal MPs, just like the mayor of Quebec, refuse to face the facts. Can the Minister of Immigration finally admit that by exceeding Quebec's intake and integration capacity for immigrants, her Liberal government has caused house prices to skyrocket, preventing young people from becoming homeowners? The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, day after day, what the Conservatives have for us is slogans. They don't have a plan. They don't have suggestions. All they do is block things. Canadians expect that their members of parliament stand up to defend their interests. We have a plan. Our plan is Budget 2025, which is still stuck in committee being blocked. We want to have a strong economy today, a strong economy tomorrow, and we want to support workers going through tough times. So will the Conservatives support us and work with us, setting their ego aside? Once again, I, the Speaker, am standing. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, according to the government, 85,000 pensioners are experiencing issues with their old age security benefits because of the CURAM software. The government has been aware of this since June. Still today, they refuse to take action. Meanwhile, the cost of CURAM has skyrocketed. It went from $1.75 billion to over $6 billion. 85,000 Canadians are suffering from a software that has a cost overrun of $5 billion. But the Liberals feel that everything is fine and dandy. Our patience has run out. Will the Prime Minister order a commission of inquiry on CURAM? The Honourable Minister. This project was actually under budget. Over 7 million seniors are now receiving their benefits on time through a modern system. The total cost of CURAM is the cost for 4 distinct projects. 1.75 billion was the amount for that project, and 6.6 billion was the amount approved for the total duration of the project. If the member knows of anyone affected, she can give us their names and we will help them. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the government's own numbers estimate that 85,000 retirees are affected by CURAM issues, but the ministers tell us that we can give them the names of those who are affected if there are problems. There are 85,000 people experiencing problems, according to the government's own estimates. And the cost overrun for the software ballooned from 1.75 billion to 6.6 billion. And the government says, oh, no, that's not a cost overrun. They tell us it includes the cost of inflation and contingency planning. Inflation, Mr. Speaker. When will they set up a commission of inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Families and Employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day I say the same thing. Our old system was very old. We invested to modernize our system, and the vast majority of benefit recipients have no problems. If there are any unresolved cases, the minister and the office, we are working with them to quickly solve their problems. And if the minister would like to hear more about that, I'd be happy to discuss it. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, isn't it wonderful, Mr. Speaker? CURAM, the software, was supposed to cost $1.7 billion. Now it's up to $6.6 billion, which is a cost overrun of $5 billion. But according to the Liberals, it's not a cost overrun. No, they say that the initial contracts had a lower amount because things cost more now, maybe inflation. They really take us for fools. And there are many issues in Quebec. All right, well, there are limits. There are some limits. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've worked very well with the MP opposite, and I invite him to come and be briefed on the CURAM system. As we've been saying in the House, this is a very old system that needed modernization. In fact, one of the aspects of modernization is people can now apply for their benefits online without personal assistance. That's going to relieve the load on the entire department. And Mr. Speaker, 7.5 million people have transitioned to this new system without problems. For those urgent cases that are stuck in the queue, we will make sure they get their benefits urgently. We can do that within 48 hours, Mr. Speaker. Please send us the names.
The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The dream of home ownership is now a fantasy for more and more young Canadians. 93% of them are saying that they are concerned about the state of housing. Nearly half of them believe they will have to leave their own communities because they can't afford to live there. The government's own housing agency says home building will drop over the next 3 years and prices will go up even more. But I've got good news for the Liberals. We have a solution. A Conservative government would remove the GST on new homes under $1.3 million to make them more affordable. Why won't the Liberals do it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I have good news for the Conservatives. There are two bills before this House that they can support that improve affordability for young Canadians. The first is the Budget Implementation Act, which brings in the first-time home ownership GST rebate. The second thing it brings in is housing infrastructure that brings down the cost of housing. Wow. And on top of that, they can support the Build Canada Homes Act, which is catalyzing modern methods of construction and creating jobs for young Canadians.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing these Liberals are building is false hope and bureaucracy. Liberal house flippers and penthouse dwellers profit while young Canadians pay the price. On this side of the House, we listen to the experts. The London Home Builders Association told me this week that builders have to spend tens of thousands of dollars per home just on red tape and regulations. Every dollar spent on bureaucracy pushes homes further out of reach for young Canadians. Ontario lost 10,000 home building jobs last year because no one is able to build. When will the Liberals reverse course, cut the red tape, and scrap the GST on homes for families?
Exactly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I know the members' community I know is riding very well. They expect better than hurling insults. That's not a way to get things done in this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. The point is, and he talks about the London Home Builders Association, It's good. We met this week as well. They talked about, among other things, the Housing Accelerator Fund, which in St. Thomas alone is leading to duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, mid-rise apartments, and row houses. We're going to continue in that vein, working with municipalities, because we're going to get things done for Canadians and not play games.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, because of the Liberals, the dream of homeownership is fading for young Canadians. According to CMHC, new housing starts will drop every year for the next 3 years. Nearly half of Canadians say they have to move out of the community they grew up in because they can't afford a home. Instead of incentivizing new construction, the Liberals are building a fourth housing bureaucracy called Build Canada Homes. For what? Why won't the Liberals adopt our Conservative plan, remove the GST of all new homes, and get construction going in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More good news. Build Canada Homes is delivering affordable housing for Canadians. In just 100 days, they have secured landmark agreements with the provinces and the cities.
Wow.
Advanced building on 6 federal lands. They're lining up thousands of affordable homes, grounds with shovels in the ground very soon. And over the past month alone, they have projects underway in Nova Scotia, Quebec, Ontario, and they're setting forth on delivering 7,500 new homes.
Wow.
This is how we catalyze a new home building industry.
Excellent.
And you know what? Keep the momentum going. Support Build Canada Homes Act.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for York Centre.
The only thing the Liberals are building is a fourth housing agency. More desk jobs for Liberal insiders and more Liberal waste. But CMHC is telling them their housing plan is dead on arrival. New housing starts will fall every year for the next 3 years. Builders are laying off workers, and Build is warning that 100,000 construction jobs are now at risk. So instead of building a fourth government agency, why won't they adopt our Conservative plan, remove the GST of all new construction so young people can afford to buy a home?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I wish that the Conservatives knew more about construction. It seems what they know about is obstruction. Mr. Speaker, if these Conservatives cared about building homes for young Canadians, they would pass the 2 bills that we have before the House right now. They would pass our Budget Implementation Act, and they would pass our Build Canada Homes Act, because those are the tools that are getting shovels in the ground right across Canada for the next generation of young Canadians who need affordable homes.
The honourable member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Under this Liberal government, the Canadian dream of home ownership is rapidly fading for young people. CMHC reports that housing starts are actually going to be down over the next 3 years by up to 18% compared to last year. So why don't the Liberals just adopt the Conservative plan to eliminate GST on all new housing construction up to $1.3 million and help restore the dream of home ownership for young Canadians?
Yeah, right. That's the Capper Van Hoff.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, thoughts and prayers for the community of Tumbler Ridge. That's a party that's not serious about housing. Their leader called middle-class housing shacks, co-op housing Soviet style. Yeah. There's members on that side that mocked modular homes. Wow. And to cap it all off, that leader told his members not to advocate for housing programs in their ridings that would have helped their ridings. On this side of the House, we're serious about building housing. Budget 2025 is going to deliver housing like we've not seen built in generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that answer is completely unacceptable. The Canadian Home Owners Association, Builders Association, says that 5 years ago, new housing starts in the ownership market stood at 69%, the rest being in the rental market. Last year, that number had dropped down to 49%. So despite all the nice talk, clearly the Liberal plans are not helpful for prospective new buyers. So again, why don't they just adopt our plans and help restore the dream of homeownership once again for Canadians?
Well done. Great job, Jacob. Great job.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, our big focus is to build as many housing as possible. We're going to build that housing through Canada Build Homes. We're going to build that housing on federal lands, just like in my community in Ottawa Centre, where we're repurposing federal buildings, we're repurposing federal lands to build housing, and we will do that across the country. Some slogans is not going to cut it, as we see from the opposition. They need to stop obstructing. They need to pass Bill C-20 so we can start building housing across this land.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
The Canadian dream of home ownership is slipping away from young Canadians. The government's own housing agency says housing starts will fall for the next 3 years, going down as much as 18% by 2028, while prices keep going up. After years of Liberal policies that drove up costs and slowed down constructions, buyers can't buy and builders can't build. And the only solution the Liberals can come up with is to build a fourth housing bureaucracy. When will this government admit that Liberal rhetoric and bureaucracies don't build homes and finally scrap the GST on all new homes, incentivize building, and restore the dream of home ownership?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable the member opposite is in supportive of Build Canada Homes. I was just in his riding. Where we actually announced a project. And I spoke with the residents that are living in affordable housing there, and they talked about how important it was. So we know that with Budget 2025, we're working to accelerate construction. We're cutting delays. We're increasing permitting capacity. We're working with local governments to get more homes built. While we're doing that, they're voting against expanding mortgage rate criteria for young Canadians. They're voting against the first-time savings account, and they're voting against the GST credit for first-time homebuyers. Why?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, next Tuesday, Quebec will attend a UNESCO conference and continue its efforts to protect cultural diversity from the hegemony of web giants. Quebec will join forces with European countries to ensure that the 2005 UNESCO Convention, which protects all cultures in the context of globalization, also applies to the digital world. But it's not a done deal, because since Quebec is not yet a country, Canada votes on our behalf. And last June, Canada did not vote in favour of adopting a binding protocol. This time, Mr. Speaker, will Canada reconsider? The Honourable Minister of Culture, Canadian Culture and Identity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying that my predecessor at the last meeting really did a good job. I don't have anything that I can reveal yet, but we're on a similar wavelength. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, Canada votes on behalf of Quebec at UNESCO, and last June, Canada did not vote in favour of a binding protocol to protect our cultural sovereignty from web giants. Worse still, the government then proceeded to scrap the digital services tax that would have forced the GAFAM group to pay a minimum of royalties that could have supported our culture and our media organizations. Next week, Canada can take a step in the right direction by supporting the principle of a protocol. The entire cultural industry and the government of Quebec are counting on that. Will Canada vote to protect our culture? A yes or a no, particularly a yes, would be much better than the answer we just got, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the member across the way really wanted to support artists and creators in Canada, he would vote yes, as he's telling us to do, but he would vote yes to our budget. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lévis. The Phoenix fiasco is back to haunt us. The Phoenix pay system deprived thousands of civil servants of their pay for weeks, for months. We all remember that. Today, there's the CURAM software. The Liberals are creating a Phoenix fiasco for seniors, but on a larger scale, according to federal employees. This project was supposed to cost $1.7 billion. The bill has skyrocketed now up to $6.6 billion. 93% of employees give the project a failing grade, Mr. Speaker. Why do the Liberals insist on repeating the same IT mistakes? Billion after billions of dollars at the expense of retirees, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors. We're modernizing a very old system. If we had not done anything or taken action, that would have been very problematic for seniors and their benefits. Currently, mistakes are being corrected and retroactive payments are guaranteed. If there are any individual cases, members across the way can give us their names and we will address those cases. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lévis. Well, that's a very embarrassing response, Mr. Speaker. There are retirees who've been waiting for their benefits for 9 months. It's shameful. Ministers are hiding the truth from Canadians. Ministers and public servants are being instructed not to mention the name of the CURAM software. Why is the minister more interested in hiding her own incompetence than in helping our seniors receive their benefits on time? They really need those benefits, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, of course, seniors need to receive their pension. And we will, of course, ensure that. Over 7 million people are receiving their pension benefits through the software. The minister has been reassuring people every day, but the opposition just keeps asking the same question day after day, and we keep telling them the same thing. If they have any names, they should send them to us, or people can speak directly to Service Canada. The minister offered members across the way a briefing session. They should take the minister up on that and learn more about the CURAM software.
The honourable member from Montmorency. Mr. Speaker, like across Quebec, families are spending more than 30% of their income to keep a roof over their heads. Vacancy rates are extremely low and housing insecurity continues to rise. Not knowing whether you'll be able to pay your rent or not causes stress and anxiety and constant pressure on the mental health of our young people and families. After 10 years of Liberal policies that have caused housing costs to skyrocket, how much longer will families have to live in uncertainty before this government takes real action to increase the housing supply and keep prices down? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not taking Canadians for fools. They know that who is working for them in terms of affordability. Mr. Speaker, they don't have a plan or a solution, just rhetoric. On our end, we've already had agreements across Quebec. We had one with Nova Scotia as well, and Nunavut. We are going to accelerate building construction for affordable homes, and that is the mission of Build Canada Homes. We're going to do with Canadian supplies, with Canadian workers. We're going to support our industry, build more homes. And the question is, are they going to really be there for their citizens? Thank you. The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. The Liberals like to pat each other on the back, but the CMHC now forecasted nearly 20% drop in housing starts by 2028, and that means fewer homes, even less supply, and even more pressure on prices. Meanwhile, 93% of our young people say that they're concerned about the housing situation in the country, and 86% of builders fear for the survival of their companies. The industry itself is talking about a lost decade for home ownership. If the Liberals are going to take inspiration from our ideas every week, why don't they adopt our plan to cut GST on all new homes to boost construction and give young people to have the dream of ownership again? Mr. Speaker, we know that young Canadians are going through tough times right now with the cost of living and the cost of rent. But the good news is Build Canada Homes is already seeing results. In the first 100 days, we've moved to action. We've established major agreements with some provinces, and these projects won't be able to move forward until the opposition supports our budget and C-15 and the bill on Build Canada Homes. We need their cooperation. If they're really here for their citizens, they need to vote with us. Thank you. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian dream of home ownership is fading for young Canadians. In its new report, the CMHC indicates that housing starts in 2028 could fall by as much as 18.1% over last year. The Canadian Home Builders Association says that current conditions will create a lost decade for home ownership in Canada. When will the government adopt our plan to stimulate residential construction by cutting the GST on all new homes so that our young people can once again hope to have their own homes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Build Canada Homes, we're responding to what Canadians really need. They want us to build homes that meet their needs and budgets. And all the member across the way is doing is talking about cutting GST on all homes. Just get rid of the tax, they say. I don't imagine how they could expect to govern if they're just obstructing. So, but we do have a real plan. It's called the Budget 2025, and we hope that they will approve it. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby Mallardville.
Mr. Speaker, there has been an outpour of grief and support across this country following the Tumbler Ridge tragedy that occurred on Tuesday. This House has come together to honour the innocent lives lost. Can the Secretary of State for Combating Crime please reflect on the mass shooting in BC?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the nation is heartbroken by this tragic shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Our hearts are with the families and friends and loved ones of all the victims, and with the little girl who is currently fighting for her life. May we all keep her in our prayers. We are forever grateful for the speed and courage of the RCMP and all first responders on that day. Their actions and bravery have saved lives. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Despite the Liberals signing on to $52 billion to create an EV supply chain in Canada, the vast majority of EVs bought here are not made here. And now, despite the massive government subsidies, the auto companies are recording multi-billion-dollar losses on EVs and abandoning or delaying EV projects. But the Liberals now are doubling down with their new $2.3 billion EV subsidy, where Canadian workers will be forced to subsidize the purchase of foreign-made EVs, including EVs made in the United States. At a time like this, Mr. Speaker, it's unconscionable. Will the Liberals reverse course and stop Canadian tax dollars from funding the American-made EVs?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Of course, we believe in affordability, and we believe that Canadians can have access to EV incentives up to $5,000 for a car up to $50,000, and also for Canadian EVs, because obviously we believe that the future of the industry is towards electrification. Recently, there were more EV sales in Europe than gas combustion cars. Right. And at the same time, we know that in the next 5 years, 40% of all the cars worldwide will be electrified. So our plan is to make sure that we bring our industry at the forefront of innovation, and that good jobs are created here.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is the American tariffs have cost 5,000 jobs in Canada's auto sector and tens of thousands more jobs in the manufacturing sector across the board. And meanwhile, the Liberals created a $2.3 billion taxpayer-funded program that will subsidize the purchase of American-made EVs to the direct benefit of the American auto sector when they're trying to destroy our auto sector. This is wrong, and the minister can easily rectify this. Will she do that?
The Honourable Minister.
I have a lot of time for my colleague, a lot of respect for her, but she also knows that our auto industry is facing obviously important challenges, but it took months for the Conservatives to actually denounce the U.S. tariffs on auto. And we know that the entire sector is integrated within North America, Canada, U.S., Mexico. Now, when she's talking about EVs made in the U.S., she has to take into account, and Conservatives need to take into account, that Canadian auto parts are part of these EVs. Is she going after the Canadian auto parts workers all across Ontario? That's my question.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
On Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday evening, I was in Toronto with the Unifor Skilled Trades Council conference. Those are the men and women that actually work in our auto plants to make sure the machinery and equipment works. And when I told them that their tax dollars were going to go to subsidize the purchase of American EVs, they were outraged and disgusted. Actually, they couldn't believe it was happening. So it's simple. Why would Canadian tax dollars be going to subsidize American EVs when Donald Trump is trying to kill our auto industry? Will they show they care about auto workers by cancelling the rebates for American EVs?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, finally my colleague met with the Unifor workers. It took him months to do that. We've been in contact with Unifor since the get-go, before even U.S. tariffs were imposed. We've been in contact with them to make sure that we would be working together as one Team Canada, because it took also months for the Conservatives to actually denounce the U.S. tariffs on our auto workers. We're there with the industry, from industry, businesses, to auto workers, unions. Everybody's in favor of the auto strategy, including Premier Ford. Why are they?
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I have met with auto workers for the past 2 years. It's how we came up with our policy to take the HST off of all Canadian autos. It's actually the union workers' idea. What isn't their idea is to give their tax dollars to Donald Trump's America to build American vehicles. And these Liberals will not answer this question. Why are they giving these subsidies to EVs made in America when Donald Trump's stated goal is to destroy the Canadian auto industry? It's embarrassing, it's disgraceful, it's disgusting. They should look Canadian auto workers in the eye and apologize, but I know they won't.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I've known the colleague for a long time. He does have passion, I'll grant him that. Sometimes that passion leads him to act a bit too quickly. He forgot to talk to unions, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, he and other Conservatives raised the situation of workers at CAMI in Ingersoll, talking about the withholding of severance. What he forgot to do is actually talk to Unifor. Local 88 in Ingersoll came out with a statement. I'll review it for him, Mr. Speaker. We can look at it together. They said that their political posturing is unacceptable and they should not take advantage of the working people of Ingersoll. That's a direct quote, Mr. Speaker. It's unacceptable.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, this government's new EV strategy fails to put Canadian workers and automakers first. How is allowing 49,000 Chinese-made EVs into Canada and subsidizing the purchase of American-made EVs going to help the laid-off workers at GM in St. Catharines, who worry about the future of their engine plant? GM has been in St. Catharines since 1929. Will the Liberals support our motion to stop forcing Canadian workers to subsidize foreign-made vehicles and remove the GST on Canadian-made vehicles?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we stand with our auto workers, with unions, with businesses that communities are built around, but they are also standing with us. Auto workers, mayors, union leaders, premiers. Premier Ford called this a great auto strategy. But let me read this to the House. The president of Unifor Local 200 in Windsor, who chairs Unifor's Auto Council, says he's ecstatic over the measures put in place as part of Canada's auto strategy. He says, we're putting a third shift on. We want to make sure that third shift stays. This incentive is so important to our community. I was ecstatic to see the government put that in place.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, that member's not talking to the Unifor members in St. Catharines, who had an EV battery engine that was planned there, and GM moved it out because there's no sales. This government of Canada should not be subsidizing American-made EVs using Canadian taxpayers' money, especially when U.S. actions have already cost 5,000 Canadian auto worker jobs. Will the Liberals simply join us and finally put Canadians first and support our Conservative motion to remove the GST on Canadian-made vehicles?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
I know my colleague is fighting hard to change the narrative, but the auto strategy has been already out for a week, and everybody's in favor of it. So, including Unifor workers, of course, that are working at GM in St. Catharines, including Premier Ford, a very strong Conservative, which we all know, including, of course, the industry, auto parts workers, everyone. That's right. Why? Because fundamentally it's a good plan. We know that the industry is going towards electrification. Capital is following that innovation. And so we won't hold our workers back. We will protect them.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, after months of pressure from Conservatives, this government is finally slamming the brakes on its ideological electric vehicle mandate. But their new EV rebate scheme won't protect Canadian auto workers. It's just going to subsidize Tesla and send taxpayer money straight across the border. The government's gone from elbows up to selling out. They're driving other countries' economies forward, all while leaving Canadian workers in the dust. This Liberal government's policies are eroding our domestic vehicle manufacturing sector and the livelihoods of Canadian workers. When will they finally get behind the wheel for Canada instead of selling out to Donald Trump and Elon Musk?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr.
Speaker, what the Conservatives need to understand right now is industry needs predictability and clarity. At a time where, indeed, there's a revision of the USMCA. We were able to provide that. And by providing that, now we're having conversation with German automakers, with Korean automakers, with Chinese automakers that want to invest in Canada and create good jobs. Why are they fundamentally against what the market is saying, which is this is a good plan and Canada is a great destination to invest?
Here, here.
The honourable member for Essex.
Speaker, Essex Windsor's auto sector isn't just assembly lines. It's mold makers, tool shops, part suppliers, and automation firms. The Liberals promise to protect their jobs, yet they're handing out money to American EV companies, importing Chinese EVs, and costing thousands of families their livelihoods. EV policy was meant to protect workers. So will the Liberals stop forcing Canadian workers to subsidize foreign-made vehicles and remove the GST on new Canadian-made vehicles?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Industry Minister, the Prime Minister, every minister, this entire caucus is devoted to ensuring the well-being and future of the Canadian auto sector and workers, of course. Mr. Speaker, I invite workers, I invite Conservatives to support this government, to continue to ensure that measures are put in place to ensure the future well-being of that sector.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Canadian taxpayers should not be subsidizing American EVs when the U.S. trade conflict has already cost 5,000 Canadian auto manufacturing jobs and 37,000 since this Prime Minister took office. He needs to stop this insult to Hamilton auto workers and work with us to put Canadian auto jobs first. This is a time where the Canadian auto sector is looking for unity and action to stand up to Donald Trump. So will the Liberals join us and support our motion to remove the GST on new Canadian-made vehicles?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, if the Conservatives knew a lot about the auto strategy, they would know that we're already supporting the Canadian-made auto sector and the Canadian-made vehicles. That will be for the Dodge Charger, that will be for the Pacifica, and we are convinced that there will be more because we will have more investment in the sector. But they've been asking the same question. I guess that their leader gave them a sheet to read. But fundamentally, what they need to remember is that Canadians are in favor of this because the entire sector is in favor of this.
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer. Mr. Speaker, a deep wave of sorrow is hitting our country, particularly in Kitigan, ZB, like the member for Pontiac described very eloquently earlier today. 2 young lives were cut short far too soon, leaving their loved ones and their entire community in mourning. Can the Secretary of State for Nature share her thoughts on this tragic incident in Quebec? Thank you. The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, it's already with a very heavy heart that I rise today to address this, my sincerest condolences to the family and loved ones of the victims of Kitigan ZB who are also in Ajnabig. A tragedy like this one, which adds to this already dark week, it is inexplicable. Using children as weapons to hurt others is unexplainable, and I am fully supporting this community and for everyone who is behind them, and all of my colleagues are as well. And with all of those who will have to intervene with this family and their loved ones, we have first responders, the healthcare community. It's really hard to understand the situation, so I'd like you to know that my thoughts are with you. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, British Columbia is facing a public safety crisis. Extortion is now at record highs, and my community members are living in constant fear. Abbotsford police have been clear. They are calling on elected officials to act urgently and work across party lines to confront these growing threats. Canadian safety matter now. Will the Liberals act today, vote for our Conservative plan, supported by the BC NDP Premier, to ensure those convicted of serious crimes cannot exploit our refugee system in order to stay in Canada?
Good question.
The Honourable Secretary of State for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier of the province, the Mayor of Abbotsford, the Police Chief of Abbotsford have all said, please go across party lines, get C2 pass, get C12 pass, get C14. I used to think that maybe it's obstruction that they're doing, but really I think they don't even read the bills, because if they read the bills, they would know it would be very impactful to pass them, legislate them, and get the tools to the police that need them right away. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Apparently that minister wasn't around on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, extortion is real, and newcomers to Canada are the ones that suffer. Here's an example of an extortion letter from Abbotsford. Warning, we are Indian gang members. We want our share from your businesses like protection money. We asking only $2 million in cash. We have links all over. Do not ignore us. It will affect you really bad. We gave you 1 month to decide. Threats like this one are followed by arson, shootings, and murder. And if caught, they claim refugee status. Will this government support our motion to stop people charged with serious crimes from claiming refugee status in order to avoid justice?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is real, and we're taking it very seriously. That's why back in June, we tabled lawful access measures in Bill C2. Those measures would make it possible for police to quickly investigate these types of crimes and child predator crimes as well, Mr. Speaker. It's important for us to give law enforcement the tools that they need to keep up with criminals. And the motion that's been brought forward by the Conservatives is basically moot. And C12, Mr. Speaker, all of the asylum cases that they're referring to would not be allowed.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, contrary to their claims today, everything is not fine, and the Liberal status quo is putting lives in danger. The Liberals, if what they're saying today is true, should have no problem supporting our motion that would stop non-citizen extortionists who shoot up homes in Surrey and in Brampton from filing bogus refugee claims or getting lenient sentences to dodge removal. Why are the Liberals so determined to keep allowing non-citizen extortionists to break the law and stay here?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the same measures that I referred to on asylum that are in C12 currently in the Senate were originally presented in this House in C2 back in June. Had the Conservatives not obstructed at that time and cooperated with us, those asylum cases that the member is referring to would not be allowed. But good news, Mr. Speaker, that once that Bill C12 in the Senate passes, the claims that have been made will be cancelled, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, great news. We've already seen Build Canada Homes move quickly from promise to progress, delivering real results for Canadians. A great example, Dunn House Phase 2, located in Toronto's Parkdale community, which will provide supportive housing for at-risk seniors. Can the Minister of Jobs and Families, on behalf of the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, update this House on how this project reflects the government's approach to accelerating affordable housing across the country?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Housing.
I've heard the member from
Davenport over the years, and she is a tireless advocate for seniors and housing across Canada. Our government is working to ensure that seniors can age in place with dignity and the supports they need. Indeed, Dunn House provides rent geared to income units for at-risk seniors in Toronto, which helps them live safely and independently. The Conservatives are asking how many. Well, over the past month alone, we've created 7,500 new homes just in the last month in Nova Scotia, in Quebec, in Ontario. Why are they standing in the way of this program?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Canadian farmers are worried that an announcement by Beijing today means there is no deal to reduce tariffs on canola. On January 16th, the Prime Minister said he's engaged in a new strategic partnership with the People's Republic of China. And I quote, he said, by March 1st, Canada expects China to reduce tariffs on Canadian canola seed by a combined rate of about 15%. Today, Reuters said Beijing has delayed a decision on canola tariffs until March 9th. No decision means no deal. Yeah. Right. Why did the Prime Minister mislead Canadian farmers about having a deal to reduce canola tariffs for Canadian farmers?
Of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly glad that the opposition is now starting to talk about canola. Mr. Speaker, we went for how long since we returned from China? I never heard a word about canola. The Leader of the Opposition has canola in his new riding. We're working hard. We'll continue to work hard. The lines of communication are open with China, and we'll continue to work with China, and we'll continue to work with every trading partner, Mr. Speaker. I met with the canola farmers last week in Ottawa, and we had a really good meeting, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to work with China and the contacts that we have there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is in a mental health crisis, and young people are being hit hardest, yet counselling, therapy and treatment still depend on workplace benefits or the ability to pay in a two-tier system. The PBO confirmed that bringing mental health care under the Canada Health Act and achieving parity with physical health care through Bill C-201 would cost just 1.5% of total public health spending. Will the minister act now and bring mental health care under the Canada Health Act, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And he knows very well that the mental health of Canadians is at the heart of our concerns. Health services, including mental health, are under provincial jurisdiction. I work closely with my provincial partners for them to deliver the best service possible for Canadians. And that ends question.
Oh, sorry, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, we know foreign interference is a threat to Canadian democracy. It was confirmed by the Hope Commission, and we've taken steps at the federal level for federal elections to deal with the threat of foreign interference. So my question to the honourable minister is there and what is being done now to consider the threat of foreign interference to provincial referenda that could break up this country when we know people in the White House are encouraging separatism? What are we doing to prepare?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, foreign interference in our democracy at any level is unacceptable, and the government has obviously carefully taken notes of the...
No, we need to hear this. The Honourable Government House Leader.
From the top, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. Foreign interference at any level and transnational repression at any level of our democracy is absolutely unacceptable. We, of course, have taken careful note of the recommendations of the Hogue Commission, and we will be responding more fully, I and my colleagues, in due course. We have, of course, as the member pointed out, taken steps to protect Canada from our adversaries and to provide more information to the public about these threats. We will stand firm against attempts to undermine our democracy, and Mr. Speaker, we will take very firm steps to prevent people undermining our unity as well.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you.
Je juge avoir quand même utilisé un propos non parlementaire.
Well, I believe that I use non-parliamentary language, and I'd like to withdraw that language. That's highly appreciated. Thank you very much.
It being 3:13, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 11th, 2026, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Rempel Garner relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. Thank you. The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel Garner, seconded by Mrs. Borelli, moved that given that, one, extortion has risen by 330% in Canada since the Liberals... Shall I dispense? No, I don't think so. Extortion has risen by 330% in Canada since the Liberals were elected. Two, Liberals voted against Conservative motions to end loopholes for false refugee claimants seeking asylum. Three, Liberals voted against tougher sentencing for extortionists proposed by Conservative Bill C-381, an act to amend the Criminal Code extortion. Four, the Liberals have failed to repeal Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, and Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, and end the revolving door justice system. The House call on the government to A, bar non-citizens convicted of serious crimes from making refugee claims, B, bar non-citizens with active judicial proceedings related to serious crimes from making refugee claims, C, end the practice of leniency to non-citizens convicted of serious crimes to avoid deportation, and D, repeal Bills C-5 and C-75 to ensure repeat extortionists stay in jail. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Ms. Goodrich.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies Niagara South.
Mr. Davies Niagara South.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Haldi.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McDonald-Malpak.
Mr. McDonald-Malpak.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Bélanger, Desnathe Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Bélanger, Desnathe Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Wong.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Abu Taif. Mr. Asasi. Al-Khouri.
Mr. Al-Khouri.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Ms. McKelvey.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Madame Lapointe Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Landurand.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Ms. Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before proceeding.
Des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Ne voyant pas de main levée.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Ayes pour 131, 131. Nays contre 191, 191.
Je déclare la
I declare the motion defeated.
Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 11th, 2026, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-227 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Al Saoud, moved that Bill C-227, an act to establish a national strategy on housing for young Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my right.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Ms. Hurtle.
Mr. Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Mr. Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Monsieur St. Pierre.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Oh, Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Row on my right.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger Desnethi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger Desnethi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
First row on my right.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Ms. Jasic. Pardon me, Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
All those on my left in favor of the motion.
Mr. Johns.
Fifth row on my left. Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left. Second row on my left. First row on my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my right. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Haldi.
Mr. Aldi.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Ms. Rowe. Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abou-Taif.
Mr. Abou-Taif.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Row on my left.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Doherty.
First row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Dedtel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. However, I don't see any raised hands, so I will ask the table to now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 318, 318. Nays contre, 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 36 minutes. Thursday question. Mr. Moore. And it's that time again when we have a question from the opposition, and today I'm told it will be the honourable member for Fundy Royal. But we'll give it maybe just 30 seconds so that the House can quiet down as people leave. So, the honourable member for Fundy Royal has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to wish all members a good constituency week as they travel back to their ridings. I'd like to ask the government deputy House leader what the plan is when we return to Ottawa from our constituency break. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable deputy House leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to extend well wishes as everyone returns back to their riding. I hope this will be an opportunity to reconnect and to be able to answer questions that many of our constituents have. And I also want to extend my heartfelt feelings and thoughts and prayers to the grieving families in both communities in Tumbler River Ridge and in Kitigan, Anishinaabe. As a parent myself, I understand how tough this time is, so I wish the members of Parliament who represent those areas resolve and wisdom as they navigate the days to come. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we'll proceed with the report stage and third reading of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. When we return from the constituency week, we will consider Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Act, at second reading on Monday and on Wednesday if needed. I
also wish to inform the House that Tuesday, 24th of February will be a allotted day.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, business of supply, resuming debate on an opposition motion concerning the automotive strategy, standing in the name of Ms. Dancho.
So I'm looking for the member for her Q's and C's, but I don't see her. My eyes can't see her right now, so I will go to resuming debate, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not sure if it was my turn. I will be sharing my time with the member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, just as I just mentioned, before I begin my remarks, I would like to once again acknowledge the horrific mass shooting that occurred in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. My thoughts are with the families who have lost loved ones, with those who were injured, and with the entire community that is now facing an unimaginable grief. Canadians stand united in mourning, and we remain deeply grateful to the first responders who acted with courage and professionalism in the face of this tragedy. I also want to recognize, as I said earlier, the families in Kitigan, Zibi, and Anishinaabe, two communities right now, Mr. Speaker, experiencing loss of children. And as I said, I'm a mom. I can't imagine what these parents are facing right now. And on behalf of London West families, I think I take the liberty to extend my heartfelt prayers to both communities and pray for them as they navigate the very hard days that are ahead of them. Mr. Speaker, last week the government released its auto strategy, a plan designed to help Canada's automotive sector navigating the profound changes reshaping the global economy. These changes are already being felt in communities across the country, particularly in southwestern Ontario, where the auto sector is not just an industry, but the economic backbone of our region. In southwestern, the automotive sector represents jobs, it represents families, it represents local businesses and community stability. So from the assembly plants to parts manufacturers, from tool and die shops to advanced technology firms, the success of Canada's auto strategy will directly influence the livelihoods of hundreds and thousands of people in our ridings and thousands of workers in our region. Mr. Speaker, now, where this transformation is more visible, there's no other place like St. Thomas. This community is in London West's backyard, along connected to Canada's manufacturing story, now stands at the forefront of the electric vehicle economy. The investments that have been made there represent more than just new facilities. They represent renewed confidence in our region of Southwestern, in our workforce, in our industrial capacity, and Canada's ability to compete in the industries of the future. So for the people of St. Thomas and that of London and the entire region, this transition is about good jobs, it's about economic revitalization and the next chapter of a proud manufacturing legacy. Mr. Speaker, Canada's auto strategy rests on 5 pillars, and today I'm only going to focus on the 2 pillars through the lens of Southwestern's automotive sector. The first pillar is the government's commitment to reducing emissions from light-duty vehicles as part of Canada's broader objective of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Climate action is often framed as an environmental necessity, and it is that, but it's also an economic imperative, particularly for regions like mine. The global automotive industry is undergoing a historic transformation. Electrification is no longer optional right now, it's a must. It is the direction of travel for markets, for investments, and for long-term competitiveness, and we have to be at the table. For Southwestern, this transition also represents both opportunity and risk. One opportunity because Canada has the talent, it has the industrial base and the skilled workforce needed to lead in the next generation vehicle manufacturing. But it's also risky because transitions of this magnitude create uncertainty for workers, for suppliers, and for communities that have built their economic identity around the traditional automotive production. But we owe it to our children, Mr. Speaker, and our future generations to do the heavy lifting of putting in place transformative policies that will enable Canada to lead in the low-carbon economy of tomorrow. And that's why we'll continue to fight climate change, and we will also be creating the strongest economy in the G7. Transportation accounts for 1/4 of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. There's no credible pathway to net zero that does not involve fundamental changes in how we design, build, and power vehicles. At the same time, we have to recognize the realities of the automotive production cycle. Vehicles built today will remain on the road for well over a decade. Manufacturing decisions made today will shape employment patterns for years to come, and this is precisely why regulatory certainty matters most to our workers. Canada's strengthened greenhouse gas emissions standards for light-duty vehicles provide a clear, predictable framework for manufacturers and for Southwestern Ontario predictability. It's the foundation upon which companies can make investment decisions, can retool if they need to, they can retool their facilities and secure long-term employments. When automakers and suppliers know the rules of the game, they take the time to invest with confidence, and they can predict and can plan for their workers' benefits as well. They can plan for community benefits and the entire regional economic benefits as well. Mr. Speaker, our region's auto workers are among the most skilled, most productive in the world, and they have repeatedly demonstrated their ability to adapt to technological change, whether through automation, advanced manufacturing, or electrification. What they require from policymakers or legislators in this House and other houses is clarity, it's stability, and a long-term vision. And that's what we're giving them in this moment, Mr. Speaker, through the automotive strategy that the Prime Minister Carney announced last week. So the second pillar I wanted to highlight is supporting consumers in the transition to electric vehicles by making EVs more affordable and accessible. And affordability is not just a consumer issue, it's also an industrial strategy. And when Canadians can afford electric vehicles, the domestic demand strengthens. And when domestic demand strengthens, Canadian manufacturing becomes more viable. The previous incentives for zero-emission vehicle program played a critical role in stimulating early adoption. It helped normalize electric vehicles within the Canadian market and supported hundreds and thousands of purchases. However, we know that affordability remains one of the most significant barriers to broader adoption, and the new electric vehicle affordability program will address these challenges head-on. And for Southwestern Ontario, this program carries particular significance because by prioritizing vehicles produced in Canada or within trusted partners, the program links consumer incentives with the domestic industrial growth. Most importantly, by removing the transaction value cap for Canadian EVs, the strategy sends a powerful signal to the entire region. It tells manufacturers that Canada is serious about building demand for vehicles produced by Canadian workers, and it tells our workers that their jobs are central to our Canada's economy, climate, and industrial policies. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of the automotive supply chain. These companies manufacture components and provide specialized services and drive innovation. For these firms, the EV transition requires significant capital investment and technological upgrading and workforce adaptation. These are policies that stimulate EVs demand. They do not only benefit large automakers, they also benefit the small mom and pop shops. And the ripple effect throughout the supply chain, they sustain thousands of smaller businesses that depend on a healthy, growing automotive sector. Mr. Speaker, beyond affordability, infrastructure remains a critical factor. Range confidence is especially important in regions like my region, where many residents rely on personal vehicles for commuting, for intercity travel, and economic activities. So we have to invest in charging infrastructure. And these investments that we're making in charging infrastructures are therefore investments in consumer confidence, but they're also investments in regional economic integration. So a robust charging network along major corridors such as Highway 401 strengthens the practical viability of EV ownership for workers, for families, and for many businesses in the region. Canada's national charging strategy and the Canada Infrastructure Bank's dedicated funding envelope are essential to these components of this effort. Accelerating infrastructure deployment will also help ensure that the EV transition is not just perceived as a constraint, but it's a practical, accessible choice. Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge the broader geopolitical context that we are in. Uncertainty in the United States, shifting trade dynamics, and evolving industrial policies have created challenges for the North American supply chains. And I will just close by returning to the fundamental question before us. What kind of future do we want to envision for our children? What kind of future do we want to envision for Canadians across southwestern Ontario and other communities that the automotive sector is their backbone of their economy? And I think it would be a mistake, Mr. Speaker, if we did not make the right decisions, the right policies that bring us forward into the future and hold us back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to taking the questions from this House.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 10 years, we have seen the economy in our country flounder, and in particular, the auto industry is under significant threat right now. I'm wondering if the honourable member will acknowledge at least that the auto industry was in pretty significant decline under their watch before Donald Trump started with his tariffs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to my honourable colleague. I find his question a little bit tone deaf, given that the people in the sector have asked us to put the partisanship aside and to address a real issue. We are talking about a sector that is facing unprecedented challenges due to many issues, including tariffs that are unjustified. And they're asking policymakers across board to put partisanship aside and to make the right decisions that will ensure that our families can put food on the table. So I put it back to him. What is he doing, instead of obstructing, to make sure that Canadian workers actually have the supports that they need?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-Madeleine, East-Gauche. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague, who I appreciate for her speech. On this side, we are for subsidies for EV purchases. We are disappointed that the federal government has renounced in availability standards, which would have made sure that by 2035, all vehicles sold would be EVs. It was a regulatory tool that would have propelled us towards the electrification of transport. So can my colleague explain why they decided to do a 180? They're going towards an emissions cap, but that's not the same.
L'honorable leader.
The Honourable Deputy Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I would be happy to have a broader discussion on the matter with him because I don't have all the information right now, but I would like to let him know that I come from a region where this sector has been affected, and I can talk on behalf of my constituents and those who are affected. We need to continue to do everything we can together so that we may support those who are already in this very difficult situation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to ask the member, the Canadian parts that are made for the EV vehicles in the United States are vitally important to the Canadian economy. Those jobs are vitally important to the Canadian economy. Unlike the questions put forward by the opposition, saying that we are supporting American vehicles, we are supporting Canadian jobs. We are supporting Canadian automakers under this strategy with what's in the strategy, the makers that are in Canada, and we are focused on bringing other automakers to Canada. With a world that's moving further and further towards EV vehicles, attracting companies to come to Canada to build these vehicles will also be important. I asked the member if she can speak to the fact that we are protecting Canadian jobs with the parts that are made in Canada as well.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
That's a very excellent question for my colleague. I can actually share with the House that I support the auto sector in my region. I drive a Toyota RAV4 hybrid, and that's made right in my backyard in southwestern Ontario. And I think those are the different ways that we can continue to show our support. But as Prime Minister said, Canada is a nation that builds cars and will continue to be. We're not going to stop. So thank you for your question.
I have a point of order for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that Tuesday, February 24th, shall be an allotted day.
So noted. Questions and comments? We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my previous point, again, the Liberals want to be the hero of the story that they created. They have failed to support the auto industry for the last 10 years. And now they say that we are trying to defend the horse and buggy. The horse and buggy is still not banned from our roads. Are they planning to ban the horse and buggy as well? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Can we expand it?
You know, it's interesting because I think they nitpick what they want to talk about through Mr. Speaker. I'm talked about St. Thomas and the investments that we made in St. Thomas even prior to today. I invite the member opposite to actually chat with one of his colleagues, Mayor Preston, who has, quote, said he hasn't stopped smiling since we made these investments in his community.
Hear, hear.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, carbon pricing. The Honourable Member for York Durham, automotive industry. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre Marpole, Indigenous affairs. Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to express the fact that I am as a member of Bourassa, especially as a father, I was greatly troubled by what happened on Tuesday evening. I would like to express all of my sympathies for victims, their loved ones, their families, and British Columbia as a whole. In these trying times, we are all united by compassion, united by the will to respect one another. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a strategic issue for our economy and for hundreds of thousands of families, the future of the Canadian auto industry. This industry supports more than 500,000 jobs in Canada and is one of the pillars of our manufacturing base.
Policy for more than a century and continues to structure unsure communities. Mais les faits sont clairs, Monsieur.
But the facts are clear, Mr. Speaker. The sector, unfortunately, is undergoing a major transformation. Since 2016, automotive production in Canada has fallen from approximately 2.3 million vehicles to nearly 1.2 million in 2025. More than 5,000 jobs have been lost in the sector in recent years. We must respond to this reality with seriousness and determination. Today, more than 90% of vehicles assembled in Canada and nearly 60% of auto parts are exported to the United States. This dependence makes our industry both powerful and vulnerable.
Automotive strategy is based on clear principles. Produce more in Canada, innovate in Canada, and protect Canadian jobs. C'est pourquoi.
That is the reason for which we have a simple principle for our strategy: produce more in Canada, invest here in Canada, and protect our workers here in Canada. For this reason, we are mobilizing major investments, $3 billion from the Strategic Response Fund and up to $100 million from the Regional Tariff Response Initiative. This to support the adaptation, the modernization, and the diversification of the sector. We're also supporting the energy transition with clear targets, quantitative targets that we can reach. 75% of vehicle sales to be electric by 2035 and 90% by 2040. To support domestic demand, we are implementing a $2.3 billion five-year program to make electric vehicles more affordable, with incentives of up to $5,000 for electric vehicles and $2,500 for plug-in hybrids. We are also investing $1.5 billion to expand the national charging infrastructure network, thus removing a major barrier to electric vehicle adoption. These measures have a clear goal: to build the vehicles of tomorrow right here in Canada. When I talked about constraints, it was fear of range. I have an electric vehicle, and that is something that we will work on as a government to reach our clear objectives and to build the vehicles of tomorrow right here in Canada. But we also want to be able to use them in our very wide country. But at the heart of this strategy are humans, workers. We're investing $570 million to support employment, to support training, and also to allow people to reskill. This for up to 66,000 workers across the country. We've already approved more than 1,350 work-sharing agreements. We've prevented more than 18,500 layoffs. Enhanced employment insurance measures will allow more than 190,000 workers to receive extended support, including up to 20 additional weeks for long-tenured workers. These actions are not theoretical. They protect real jobs in real factories and in real communities. All of our communities. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about our transition to electric vehicles. It's not just environmental. It's logical on an economic standpoint. Electric vehicles cost up to 50% less to maintain and up to 10 times less to fuel than gasoline vehicles. Their adoption creates jobs. Their adoption also attracts investments and strengthens our competitivity.
Strengthens critical minerals, expertise in artificial intelligence, clean energy, and a skilled workforce.
We also have access to 51 countries and more than 1.5 billion consumers through our trade agreements. The challenge is clear. If we want to remain an automotive nation, we must invest, and we must invest now. Our strategy aims to strengthen domestic production, attract investment, and protect workers whilst positioning Canada as a global leader in the mobility of the future. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, a country's true economic strength is measured not only by its exports, but by its ability to create quality jobs and build jobs here in Canada so that we can build the future for our workers, for our families, for our communities and for our regions. That's what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We're building a modern industry. We're strengthening our industrial sovereignty. We're preparing the Canadian economy for the challenges of the coming decades. And we are doing it with workers, for workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Merci, c'est bon.
Thank you. It's always good to talk about it.
Question I've had of a number of Liberal members. We know that 99% of the cars that will be subsidized as a result of this program will be built outside of Canada. When will it grow to at least 2%, if not 5 or 10%?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much for the question. But I think that my colleague's question is pertinent, but his analysis is rather erroneous. Quite the contrary, what we're trying to do, and I'm reiterating it once again, is that we bring jobs to Canada in our communities so that we can keep jobs in Canada. We're not only seeking to export, we're seeking to create jobs here.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Well, I heard the wish to reduce GHGs. This morning, I met the President of the Treasury Board and we talked about regulatory sandboxes. And I'm concerned and I'm worried because through this Opposition Day motion, we see that oil and gas lobby pressure has led to an opposition day motion to try and unbuild what we're trying to build. So my question to my colleague is as follows. Is he aware that what is coming in new budgetary measures will allow, if there is pressure on behalf of the economy, to change their bearing? Are they going to change their bearing for economic reasons? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much for that question. Is our government aware of the environment? Environmental issues? Yes, clearly. To give an answer to your premise about economic ambitions, well, yes. Once again, we do have ambitions. And these go hand in hand with accountability. Yes, this is a responsible development. It will protect workers, but will also seek to electrify our country. And Quebec will benefit from this because Quebecers use Hydro-Quebec, which is a crown corporation, to charge their cars. We are bold economically, but we're also very responsible when it comes to the environment.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate what my colleague had to say. I'm very impressed by the fact that Quebec is a leader when it comes to adopting electric vehicles. Could my colleague talk to us about charging stations, as they're known? In Quebec, what role does that play? What does it mean to have reached this level of use?
Pour cette excellente question.
Well, I thank my colleague for that excellent question, and I would say several ways. First of all, for the users of electric cars, we know very well that Quebec is quite a big place. And so the more we have, the better. Second, it's important to note that Quebec has exceptional expertise in developing and deploying charging stations. So, you know, Quebec is a leader when it comes to using batteries, but also using these chargers, and other workers are going to benefit from that. And so to conclude, it's going to incite people to buy these cars. The more charging stations there are, the more people are going to want to buy electric cars, and the fewer gas cars there will be on the road, and that's going to help us meet our targets. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question to my colleague.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. We have time for a very short one. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
We spent $52 billion trying to force an EV transition. Production targets are failing, 5,000 workers laid off, and now they want another $2.3 billion in subsidies, even though most of the past rebates went to foreign-built vehicles. Is it about helping Canadian workers or saving face after a failed policy experiment?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa in 20 seconds. Well, my answer will be very short, Mr. Speaker. The plan that I've presented, if the member had listened closely, is based on investments in manufacturing, in innovation, in support for the labour force, support for workers, and in getting our economy, our sector back on wheels.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise on behalf of the great people in the great riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. This is my first opportunity to rise in the House of Commons following the tragic and devastating news coming out of Tumbler Ridge in British Columbia. And like many people in this House, I have to say as a father, it's hard to even imagine the pain and the suffering that these families are going through. And as we all know, there's no words that we can say that truly offer comfort. However, I would like to say the people of Vaughan Woodbridge are thinking of you, their love is with you, and they stand with you, and their prayers will be with you. Now, it's an honor today to rise and speak about the auto industry. Canada in this country has been building automobiles for over a century. From Windsor to Oshawa, from Brampton to St. Therese, there are generations of skilled workers who have worked in the auto industry. We've had tradespeople, engineers, plant workers. These people have been the heartbeat of Canada's great automotive sector. one of the greatest automotive sectors in the history of the world. Our automotive industry really does represent the best of Canadian innovation and manufacturing prowess. It's home to some 600,000 indirect and direct jobs, and it has a GDP of $16 billion. Now, I spent my career before I got here to Parliament in the steel industry, in the steel service center business, which is nestled right in the automotive supply chain. And I got to say, I've had the opportunity to work with many of the great people, both who work on the factory floors and in the offices that support these workers. And these people represent the best of what it means to be Canadian. These people don't work for fortune or for fame. They strap on their boots every single day to go to work to ensure that their children have a better life than they did. They work to ensure our country is better off than it was before. And these are the very people who represent the ideals of Canadian identity. Now, it's unfortunate because when we talk often, we just think about the numbers and statistics, GDP and job numbers. But these numbers, they represent these people, and they truly represent what it means to be Canadian, that work, that discipline, that ethic. Now, unfortunately, our auto industry and the industry associated with it has been in decline for many years. I witnessed this firsthand in my time working in this industry. I remember when I first started in the steel business, I was at a conference and someone asked a major auto parts supply manufacturer, so why is it that you do your company no longer invests here in Canada? And the response was because in other countries they roll out the red carpet. In Canada, they seem to want to roll out the red tape. So it's no surprise then that over the past 10 years, we've witnessed a sharp decline in the number of automobiles that have been manufactured in our country. Almost 50% decline from 2.3 million vehicles to roughly 1.2 million vehicles. Now, some of this obviously has to do with the natural process of globalization, but most of it has been a result of some major structural issues facing our economy. These issues that have led to a business environment that's been so astounding, it's actually approaching the point of miracle, how negative it's been for businesses. We now have some 320,000 different regulations, federal regulations, over 105,000 regulations on the manufacturing sector alone. Now, at the Standing Committee of Industry, we've heard over and over again from people in the automotive sector, when we had our emergency study, that some of the major barriers to the prosperity of the industry are the regulatory environment and some of the tax framework issues that are really driving and preventing capital from being spent on capital projects in this country and driving capital outflows to places like the US and Mexico. And really, this is where we start to see the divergence between capital outflow and FDI into Canada. Now, all of this I just mentioned was long before the unjustified tariffs that have been put in place by US President Trump. Now, these tariffs, as I've said many times in this House during debates on the auto sector and at committee, are certainly the catalyst in the industry, but they do not explain the decades worth of decline in the sector. And it's very understandable why some people find these tariffs, Canadians find tariffs not only intellectually reprehensible but morally repugnant, because many of us, all of us, we look at the U.S. not only as an economic partner, we have a cultural partnership. Many of us have family connections in the United States. It's almost as if a family member has stabbed you in the back. The tie between the U.S. and Canada run deep. And also, we've heard the U.S. President take aim at our auto sector, saying that they want to relocate the Canadian auto industry back to the United States. And like I said earlier, that threat is not just a threat towards jobs and GDP, but it's an attack on what it means to be Canadian, on that person, that hardworking person who straps on their boots every day. So these attacks, while vicious, have provided us with an opportunity, because as a mature country, Canada must begin to think for itself. It's no secret that for decades at this point, we have outsourced our economic and security to the United States. And while we can't control what they do, we can certainly fix what we do right here at home. So earlier this month, the government unveiled its new auto strategy. And there are elements like they finally repealed the EV mandate, which we welcome, which we've been arguing for. Of course, that target was always unrealistic, and we heard this over and over from industry leaders and experts. And it's nice that they've listened to conservatives and have removed this policy. That said, I am worried that they're trying to backdoor it through an excessive regulatory framework, and I certainly have questions around this. For instance, 80 to 90% of the vehicles we manufacture are exported, and 90 to 92% of those exports are directly targeted at the U.S. What will the costs associated to these regulatory measures be? Like, how will that hamper or how will it bolster competitiveness? And of course, are the Americans adopting this standard? Because as we know, we have a lot of cross-border interaction in the supply chain. So certainly, we can't have one without the other. Now, the centerpiece for the government's auto strategy is this new 5-year, $2.3 billion EV affordability program, offering $5,000 in rebates for vehicles under $50,000, in which Canada has a free trade agreement. Now, the difficulty for me on this is the vast majority of EVs made in Canada and sold in Canada, or the vast majority of EVs sold in Canada, are not actually built here in Canada. So we currently assemble one fully electric vehicle that qualifies under the new rules, the Dodge Charger EV in Windsor. Meanwhile, the long list of eligible vehicles for this initiative are from foreign countries. And this is where I question if this strategy was actually fully thought out. Because Canadian taxpayers will be subsidizing electric vehicles that are made in the United States at the same time that the U.S. is threatening our auto industry and displacing our workers. At the same time, the American president has said he wants to attack one of the industries that really represent the identity of what it means to be Canadian. Now, we've already lost 5,000 jobs in this sector. And what I can't understand is why we're rewarding the Americans for this. It makes no sense. Now, my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Industry, asked the Minister of Industry this exact question at committee, and the Minister of Industry had no answer. We do know that less than 5% of the vehicles built in Canada will qualify for this program. That means the majority of the $2.3 billion will flow to foreign manufacturers. What kind of message does this send to workers? What kind of message does this send to the auto workers in Brampton who are supposed to building the Jeep Compass? How do we explain this to the workers over in Ingersoll? 1,200 former employees now seeing more than half of their lump sum of severance taken away by tax. Under Section 153 of the Income Tax Act, the minister has the regulatory authority to reduce the withholding rates so workers can access more of this money. Now, we hope that the government will support us and our approach to build here. So
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite asked, what is the question that we're sending to auto workers? Because we know we have the best auto workers in the country. And that message is hope. And we delivered that message with the auto strategy, I believe it was in his riding when we were at Martin Rea Industries in Woodbridge, and made the announcement because what it was about was auto parts too. Vehicles assembled in the United States, because we're so integrated, auto parts go back and forth. A vehicle may have parts made in his very own riding that will come and be assembled in the United States. So my question for him is he discounting the value of supporting all of our workers who make those auto parts, some of the best auto parts made by the best auto workers in this world?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. You know, it's great news that a small portion of the EV vehicles that are actually sold have parts that are manufactured in Canada. But you know what would further increase the parts that are made in Canada? If the Liberal government would take our plan and move the GST off new car purchases, that would signal to the industry and to consumers that we're serious about getting the industry moving. It would increase sales, and it would make even more parts manufactured at facilities like the great manufacturer of auto parts in my riding. So hopefully the Liberals will collaborate with us and remove the taxes on vehicles. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de répondre.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to understand where my Conservative colleagues are heading. The government has backtracked on the consumer carbon tax. There's Bill C5, which suspends environmental laws and allows them to build pipelines. There's additional money for the oil and gas sector in the budget. There's a 1 million barrel a day pipeline project underway. They've canceled the emissions cap for the oil and gas sector, and now they're attacking at electrification of our transport. Does my colleague not realize that the government has already done everything that the oil and gas sector is acting for? And what would my colleague suggest when it comes to transport, means of transport in Canada to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or does climate change just not exist for him?
Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we support our oil and gas sector in this country, and we know that because our country is currently under threat from an American trade war. And our number one resource and number one driver of the economy are our natural resources. And we have among the strictest environmental regulations in the entire world. We make some of the cleanest products here in Canada, and this is something that we should be proud of. This is something we should stand up for, and we should promote, and we should be focused on not only exporting oil and gas to the world, but building cars here in Canada, protecting auto jobs here in Canada, and creating the business environment and regulatory environment for businesses to manufacture products and export them to the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals announced last week as part of their so-called auto strategy that they're providing $2.3 billion of taxpayer money for rebates for Canadians to purchase EVs. The problem is this rebate is available for foreign-made EVs, and a vast majority of EVs purchased in Canada is produced elsewhere. So effectively, this taxpayer-funded Liberal rebate will now subsidize American EV producers, including those that chose to relocate to the U.S. from Canada because of American tariffs. So this is a slap in the face for Canadian auto workers who are facing layoffs, and an insult to call this a auto strategy. So my question is this to the honourable member. Should Canadians be outraged that the Liberals are sending billions of Canadian taxpayer dollars to the U.S. auto sector, while tens of thousands of Canadian auto workers are being laid off because the Liberal Prime Minister failed to get a deal with the U.S.?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. As I said in my speech, I do find it very perplexing that at a time where we are under unprecedented attack in our auto industry, from the American president through tariffing one of our key sectors, our plan for our auto strategy encompasses within it this idea that we're going to subsidize vehicles that are mostly made in the United States. It absolutely makes no sense. And what does that say to the hardworking men and women in our auto sector who have been laid off, who face increasing uncertainty? We have 5,000 jobs that have been lost and many more on the chopping block. When will they take our plan to get the GST off of all the cars?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiwenrek. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very happy to participate in this debate to show in a clear way that we need to act in a positive way to help Canadian industry. And our industry is suffering right now, and it has been for a while. But we need to have the right approach. We know that the government has tabled an approach that, in our opinion, is not the right approach and which needs to be changed to better support Canada's automotive sector. For 10 years, the production of cars in Canada has dropped by about half. In 2016, when the Liberals came to power, 2.3 million cars were built in Canada. After 10 years of Liberal management, 1.2 million cars were built in Canada in 2025. So that's a drop by half in terms of the number of cars that are produced in Canada since the Liberals have come to power. And since the new Prime Minister has come to power, things have not gotten any better. 5,000 jobs in the automotive sector have been lost. And, that's not good news. That's very serious, Mr. Speaker. There are businesses that have closed, and the 725 people on the North Shore of Montreal at Bacard lost their jobs in the context of this. It's a major impact, Mr. Speaker, a major impact for a sector that's very important in Ontario, but also across Canada. We know that there are hundreds of businesses in Quebec that work hand in hand with the automotive sector and that are directly impacted by the problems that the industry is facing and that it has been facing for over 10 years now. And we've seen this drop in production in the auto sector in Canada. So the government has put forward a strategy supposedly to help industry. The approach that the government has proposed is subsidies, $2.3 billion in subsidies to buy electric vehicles, most of which, the vast majority of which, are not built in Canada. We estimate that this isn't the right approach. First of all, a subsidy. Well, a subsidy, that's money that you take out of workers' pockets and, you might say that it comes out of tax GST, but you can't, because every cent of GST pays the interest on Canada's debt, which I'll note in passing has doubled since these Liberals came to power. Deficits, the current deficit, by the way, is about as high as it's ever been. So subsidies don't fall from trees. They come out of the pockets of workers, and the government distributes that, and it chooses winners and losers. That's not the right approach, Mr. Speaker, because it can have very serious unintended consequences.
I just wanted to say that this subsidy has been the subject of much criticism. An expert in the sector said that, yes, there have been subsidies from the government, but they've had a negative effect. It's like a false rebate. He says that in 3 months, you'll see the actual real cost will not have changed for the cars that are sold. The message that they're trying to send out to the public indicates that purchasers will get a $5,000 gift, whereas, in fact, those amounts will be directly going into the pockets of producers. Don't try to pull the wool over our eyes to give us the impression that this money will be ending up in the pockets of consumers. Another expert 2 days ago said that these subsidies are essentially for some categories of Canadians who don't need this kind of help. And we know that in this context where demand is increasing, the auto sector will have to increase its prices. It's not actually the right approach to help the industry. And I'll get back to this odd behavior on the part of government with respect to the subsidies. The government was proud to say that it was pleased to say that the subsidies would be well targeted, it would be good for consumers and good for the industry. Actually, we've seen it wasn't good for people. It wasn't good for the industry because as soon as the government decides it's going to choose winners and losers, well, that has a negative effect and it distorts the market. In early January, there was talk of a subsidy, and all of a sudden, with no advance warning, with no mitigation in place, there was this cutback to this $5,000 subsidy, just like that. People were planning to buy a car, and then the next day, overnight, they find out that that rebate is gone. Over time, on June 12th, the government affirmed that there would now be subsidies, that they'd be back on the table. So overnight, January 13th, they cut them. And in June, 2 senior government ministers, this government say, hey, don't worry, it's coming back. These subsidies will be coming back. Sure, but when? Oh, don't worry, it's coming. Well, now it's been June, July, August, September, October now, November, nothing, no news. Sure, but people who want to buy a car, and on June 12th we're told, hey, wait, hang on, subsidies are coming back. Well, they've been waiting for 6 months for absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. But the budget came out in November, and everyone's expecting these subsidies back. Guess what? Nothing. all the people that were waiting with bated breath were disappointed. And then, boom, bing, bang, boom, overnight, there's a new subsidy back on the table. And then people wonder, why are these electric cars having a hard time getting sold? Well, just look at what this government is doing. It's choosing winners and losers. It's trying to tell the supposed winners that it's coming, it's not coming, oh no, it's cut and it's coming back. And there's a completely harsh effect on the market. Antoine Joubert said that it was distorting the industry and it's another sign of the government not caring about the effect on the industry and the effect on dealerships. You know, I'm 61 years old, Mr. Speaker. No need for an electric vehicle subsidy. People basically look at the evidence. 2.5 years ago, I looked at the situation, I looked at my needs, and I said, hey, you know what? I'm able to buy an electric car at this point. So guess what I did? I bought a used electric car. Well, there was no subsidy. Half the cost of a new vehicle, an electric car, when it's really good, it's really, really good, in fact. There are some great deals. In fact, I want to mention this at this moment for used electric cars. With no subsidy, I decided to make the choice to buy this car. I can drive 100 kilometers with this car, no problem. So we actually don't need a subsidy if you want to drive an electric car. When the government gets involved, then it only generates more problems. We want an approach that's going to be supportive both for the buyers, the sellers, the industry. If you do away with GST for new cars that are manufactured here in the country, you'd be killing two birds with one stone, actually three. You're helping the buyer, you're helping workers, and you're helping the industry. So it's a win-win situation. Win-win-win. And it costs Canadian taxpayers nothing. You're not going to collect $2.3 million out of the pockets of taxpayers. In fact, people would be encouraged to buy a Canadian-made car to help the industry and to help us as Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move a friendly amendment seconded by the member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington, if I'm not mistaken, that the motion be amended by adding at the end of the paragraph that the GM's Oshawa plant, Paccard and Sainte-Thérèse and all the other severance pay for auto workers in the auto sector.
At the end of the paragraph C, the following quote: the GM facility in Oshawa, the Stellantis facility in Brampton, the Paccard facility in Sainte-Thérèse, and all the other severance packages for Canadian workers in the auto sector. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I need to read the whole thing back into. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Epp, moves the following amendment. Que la motion se modifie.
Amended by adding at the end of paragraph C what follows: GM Oshawa, Stellantis, Brampton, Paccard in Sainte-Thérèse, and all other severance payments issued to workers, Canadian auto workers. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his presentation. You know, I appreciate him a great deal. He knows it. My question is as follows. It's actually more of a statement. When you say things are not reliable, that the infrastructure is problematic, people might associate those concepts with electric cars today. But that's exactly what happened at the beginning of the 20th century, in the early 20th century, with that cars would never replace horses. And then, you know, people ended up believing in cars, and eventually look what's happened. Well, the same has to happen here for non-gas-powered cars, but electric cars. You have to believe in this, and eventually you have to build towards the future and not the past. Does my colleague agree with that? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Aquitaine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, electric cars are part of the future of the auto sector. I am living proof of that, but the government does not need to subsidize the cost of purchasing one. You know, 120,000 kilometers. I've been driving it for 2 years. I do 450 kilometers back and forth every week. I come from Quebec region, so I'm 61. At some point, you know, I have to take a break once in a while. I can't drive for 5 hours straight. So you don't actually need subsidies for this. The government takes $2.3 billion of taxpayers' money and decides to pick and choose among winners and losers. This GST issue, let's leave more money in the hands of purchasers. Questions and comments I'll have to resume. Honourable Member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight that it's Scouts Week in February. The Scouts movement is an educational movement for young people. It's based on volunteering. It's open to all. It was created by Baden-Powell. The Scout movement is the largest international young persons movement. I myself was a Scout as a young kid in the Gaspé region. I remember these inclusive and constructive values, working together as a team and learning so many things. I have great memories of winter camping in our Quebec forest. I'm really pleased to see that Baden-Powell's work is still ongoing, and I just want to commend Scouts Quebec, and I just want to say always ready. Thank you. But I'd like to ask, why make these amendments now at this stage? Yes, of course. I myself, Mr. Speaker, I was the founder of the 112th unit in Châteauguay, and I was my father was also very much involved in the Scout movement. I have to say, I'm a bit surprised the member started his comment with that, but yes, it is very important. So let's get back to the proposal. We moved to get rid of GST, and also the issue with respect to the amount of tax withheld on severance payments and the businesses that are directly affected by these changes. Specifically, my colleague from and his business in his riding, CPAC.
Move the EV sales mandate, which was a common sense thing we have been begging them to do. But then they imposed a tailpipe emission standard so strict that only electric vehicles will realistically qualify. So the mandate disappears in the press release, but it reappears in the regulations. Does my colleague think that Canadians appreciate these kinds of games?
The Honourable Member for
I thank my colleague for his very important question. Obviously, this is wrong to have the mandate. If you have the obligation to buy something, you force, and there will be problem with the industry. And again, Mr. Speaker, I am the living proof that yes, you can run electric car without subsidies, without obligation, without the subsidies. Because I pick up a used car. When you buy a used car, it's half the price, and there is good occasion right now that you can pick up. You half the price, no obligation, no subsidies. That's the way to address it correctly, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Guelph. It's my pleasure to participate in this debate today. As we all know, our times are changing. We are in uncertain times in an uncertain world, but our government is focused on what we can control. As part of Canada's new industrial strategy, we're transforming our economy from one that is reliant on a single trade partner to one that is diversified with many partnerships and that is more resilient to global shocks. Canada is building a more independent and resilient economy, and we're working to catalyze massive new levels of investment. And in that context, I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising the government's new auto strategy. For over 100 years, Canada's automotive industry has been a cornerstone of our economy, underpinning advanced manufacturing, driving innovation, and supporting hundreds of thousands of well-paying jobs across the country. But given the current uncertain trade environment, as well as advancing technology and evolving consumer demand, it's as important as ever that we take action to maintain and improve Canada's auto sector. In fact, it's a unique opportunity for us to do so. That's why on February 5th, the Prime Minister launched a new strategy to transform Canada's auto industry. Recognizing that the future of the automotive industry is electrified and it's connected, the government is prioritizing the development of the full value chain of next-generation vehicles. Within 5 years, electric vehicle sales are projected to reach nearly 40% of global car sales. It's important that Canada is among those at the forefront of that evolution. Our government will introduce stronger greenhouse gas emission standards that put Canada on a path to achieve a goal of 75% EV sales by 2035 and 90% EV sales by 2040. This will also help to reduce Canada's carbon footprint and improve our global leadership in clean energy. At the same time, repealing the electric vehicle availability standard will allow manufacturers to use new technologies to respond to consumer preferences while driving EV adoption. But to grow domestic demand for EVs, they must become more affordable for working Canadians. That's why this government will launch a 5-year EV affordability program to lower the cost of electric vehicles for Canadians and create a strong domestic market. The $2.3 billion program will offer purchase or lease incentives of up to $5,000 for battery electric and fuel cell EVs and up to $2,500 for plug-in hybrids, with a final transaction value of up to $50,000 on cars made by countries that Canada has free trade agreements with. And the Canadian Climate Institute and others have shown with research based on the past that these EV incentives really have driven the adoption of EVs across this country from the very first one. To support the Canadian automotive industry, this $50,000 cap will not only apply to Canadian-made EVs and plug-in hybrids. Through the auto strategy, the government will also enhance the national EV charging network with investments of $1.5 billion through the Charging and Hydrogen Refueling Infrastructure Initiative. We're making it easier and more convenient for drivers to charge their car no matter where they are. EV adoption will become more convenient for local consumers in my riding of Halifax and across this country as more stations are available in parking lots and mixed-use residential buildings. And those stations need power. So measures announced in Budget 2025 aim to ensure Canada has the clean and affordable energy needed to develop, manufacture, and drive the cars of the future. Mr. Speaker, underpinning these advances are needed strategic investments. So to accelerate investment in Canada's auto manufacturing sector, the government will allocate $3 billion from the Strategic Response Fund and up to $100 million from the Regional Tariff Response Initiative to help the auto industry adapt, grow, and diversify to new markets. We will also take advantage of the productivity super-deduction and reduced corporate tax rates for zero-emission technology manufacturers to encourage investment in clean technologies and EVs, as well as strengthen Canada's automotive remission framework to reward companies that produce and invest in Canada. The government will also establish a comprehensive trade regime that strengthens the competitiveness of the auto sector through new partnerships. For example, Canada recently deepened its strategic partnership with the Republic of Korea by signing a Memorandum of Understanding to strengthen Canada-Korea industrial collaboration for future mobility. As a port city, Halifax is especially well positioned to support the increased demand for shipping and distribution. The recently announced partnership with China aims to drive new Chinese joint venture investment in Canada and allow for a fixed volume of Chinese EV imports into the Canadian market. And although counter tariffs on auto imports from the United States will be maintained to ensure a level playing field for Canadian automotive manufacturers in the domestic market, the government will continue to advance this auto strategy within an integrated North American automotive industry. Canada's auto sector is built on nation-to-nation collaboration. The North American auto industry succeeds when our integrated supply chains are strong and when we compete together globally. Canada and the U.S. have built this integrated industry together over decades, and we are stronger together. Mr. Speaker, by making strategic investments and solidifying trade partnerships, Canada is positioning itself as a global leader in vehicle electrification, autonomous and self-driving technologies, and the battery supply chains that will power the future of mobility. But I'd also like to mention the help we will provide to auto workers that will build the vehicles amid short-term uncertainty. To protect Canadian auto workers and businesses from immediate pressures while helping bridge them to the future, the government will provide support to employees through a new work-sharing grant, preventing layoffs and supporting worker retention so businesses can plan for the future. In addition, up to 66,000 workers across Canada, including displaced auto workers, will receive employment assistance and reskilling supports as part of a $750 million investment. Mr. Speaker, the actions the government is taking will shape the Canadian auto industry for decades to come. These strategic decisions and generational investments aim to build a strong Canadian automotive sector where Canadian workers build the cars of the future. Backed by a world-class workforce, globally recognized parts suppliers, and leading-edge research and development, Canada's automotive sector is building the vehicles of today, and it will help to build the vehicles of tomorrow. By protecting the industry and incentivizing automakers to build here, we can transform Canada's workers and businesses to compete and win in this new global environment. Our government is focused on working with all of our partners, here and abroad, to find innovative solutions for modernizing our auto industry. We can lead and capitalize on the opportunities that we have to pivot and adapt in the face of challenge. Our new auto strategy is economically sound and environmentally sound, and I'm very excited to roll it out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shannon-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague across the way. Now, in her intervention, she stated some projections, and if I caught them, she said that the projected global EV sales would go to 40% globally, and the plan was to have them go to 90% here by 2040. Projections, what happened? We had an EV mandate that I'm sure also came along with projections. Obviously, that failed. They didn't come about. So where is the confidence that these projections are anywhere near to something that's going to happen? Under the previous EV mandate, the domestic auto manufacturers had to ship money south to Tesla in order to attempt until the EV mandate was rolled back. Now we're shipping money south in a different form. Where's the confidence in these projections?
Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Actually, those numbers those projections, so the electric vehicle availability standard that we were debating at Environment Committee never was actually live yet. It was still being debated. It wasn't going to start until 2035. So none of that has actually happened. And the global trends have been fairly consistent. And what's happened right now between Canada and the United States, you're right, we couldn't really predict it, but we are where we are now, and our government is focusing on what we can control right now. There's a lot of studies on the importance of things like rebates and other pieces that are required to drive a transformation in an industry. And I'm really excited about this auto strategy and what it's going to do for Canada. Thank you.
I have a point of order from the member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Chair. As acting opposition whip, I approve of the amendment made earlier to the motion.
Noted. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we're in a debate about the automotive industry, I have a mechanical question. And we're talking about subsidies for EVs. I'll also ask about money. The member for Halifax, does she believe that the fact that the Conservative Party receives a lot of money from oil and gas lobbyists, could this have a link with the fact that today we have an opposition motion about the automotive sector to remove subsidies from EV, which will be a boon for oil and gas? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. I won't comment on the Conservative Party's priorities around oil and gas. What I will say is what I said before. The research shows that incentives for electric vehicles are really important in the early adoption phase. The idea of this 5-year plan with the rebates is that by the time we hit those 5 years, the cost of electric vehicles should have continued to decrease and will be hopefully near cost parity with ICE vehicles. So that's part of the strategy that we are trying to put in place today. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député Alfred.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 500,000 Canadians depend on the automotive industry, and our workers are facing unjustified tariffs from the States. And there's geopolitical turmoil. So, how will the government's automotive strategy protect Canadian workers? How will it attract investments here in Canada? How will it strengthen the resilience of our industry with all these tariffs and geopolitical turmoil?
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. That's exactly what we are addressing, not only with this auto industry plan strategy, but with all of the major work of the government right now, is reducing our reliance on the United States and really diversifying our trade partnerships across the globe. And that's why we're really excited with the progress that's been made with all the signing of new trade agreements internationally with our Prime Minister. We're really excited about the conversations that we are having with Korea on auto sector here, and it sounds like there's a real appetite for investing in Canada and having a lot of these vehicles be built by Canadians in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to join others in expressing my condolences on the profound tragedy at Tumbler Ridge and also at Kittaganzaby. Having lost people close to me, I know it's really challenging when your world has been shattered to feel like the rest of the world is moving along, and I just want those communities to know that we grieve with them and they are in our hearts even though we are continuing the work of this place. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to represent the riding of Guelph, where we see leadership in the auto sector every single day, but in parts manufacturing. Guelph is home to Linamar, Denso, Polycon, CPK, and many others. And many people in Guelph work at Toyota in Cambridge. And that plant, Mr. Speaker, has received more quality awards than any other plant on the planet. And so in our region, we know auto manufacturing. That's why I chair the Auto Caucus. I understand in my bones how important the sector is to Canada with 500,000 jobs and to our communities. And in Guelph, the auto sector is 12,000 jobs in Guelph alone. I care about the auto workers and the health of this sector. This government cares, and that's why we announced a comprehensive auto strategy last week. Through that strategy, we'll accelerate investment in Canada's auto manufacturing sector with $3 billion from the Strategic Response Fund and up to $100 million from the Regional Tariff Response Initiative to help the auto industry adapt, grow, and diversify to new markets. I've been promoting this in my riding, and I hope all the members of this House are reaching out to potentially tariff-affected businesses and letting them know what supports exist, even if they voted against those supports in Budget 2025. The auto strategy will harness the productivity super deduction, which will reduce corporate tax rates for reduce corporate tax rates for zero-emission technology to encourage investment in clean technology and EVs. Another measure, that productivity super deduction, another measure for all manufacturers to invest in capital or business that can be written off in the first year also opposed in the budget by members opposite. The auto strategy will rationalize emissions reduction policies to focus on outcomes. This means that stronger greenhouse gas emission standards put Canada on a path to achieve a goal of 75% of EV sales by 2035 and 90% of EV sales by 2040 to reduce our carbon footprint and secure Canada's global leadership in clean energy. I'm really thrilled to be speaking at the same time as my honourable colleague from Halifax, because I attended the Environment Caucus's presentations from Mobilité Canada. The Environment Caucus members joined in Auto Caucus meetings, so we really understand there is an exciting intersection of auto and electrification that is positive, and that's where the world is going. The more stringent emission standards will help the government, will allow manufacturers to use a range of technologies to meet the standards and respond to consumer preferences in the near term while driving adoption over time. This is what the manufacturers have been asking for as they innovate in their technology and as they move towards their goals of net zero. Earlier today, members in this House talked about automakers as laggards, and I want to applaud the industry's leadership in the regard of electrification. Toyota is committed to becoming carbon neutral across the vehicle life cycle, in its manufacturing and in its vehicles by 2050. And consumers are with them. Toyota Canada's Q3 results show electrified vehicles represent 49.4% of overall sales. The demand is there and the expertise is there. Honda also has a net zero initiative for 2050. This trend is global, Mr. Speaker. Electric car sales exceeded $17 million globally in 2024, reaching sales share of more than 20%. Electric car sales in 2025 were expected to exceed 20 million worldwide, to represent more than 1/4 of cars sold across the globe. In Canada, we don't have the 2025 data yet, but in 2024, EVs were responsible for 60% of the net increase in total vehicle registrations in Canada. They accounted for 1 in 7 new vehicles sold that year, but depending on the region and the model, that number was as high as 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 new vehicles sold in 2024. There's consumer demand. So what happened? When the incentives were paused, that demand dropped off as consumers waited to see if they would come back. So we're going to strengthen domestic demand by making the EVs more affordable and the infrastructure more reliable for Canadians. That's why we've launched a 5-year EV affordability program to lower the cost of EVs for Canadians and to create a stronger domestic consumer market. The plan was always to support EV adoption over 10 years. We are resuming that plan because, frankly, it worked. We're going to offer individuals, and this is what's a piece that's been missing as well, Mr. Speaker, individuals and businesses purchase or lease incentives of up to $5,000 for battery electric and fuel cell EVs, and up to $2,500 for plug-in hybrids, with a final transaction value of up to $50,000 on cars made by countries Canada has a free trade agreement with. To support the Canadian automotive industry, this $50,000 cap, as we know, will not apply to Canadian-made EVs and plug-in hybrids. Let's be very clear. The rebates for the purchase of an electric vehicle or a plug-in hybrid go into the pockets of individual Canadians or of companies that purchase them. That's where those incentives go. Even if the vehicle comes from the US, it is subject to counter tariffs, and it contains parts from Canada made by Canadian workers, which is part of our Canadian auto sector. Do not let the Conservatives confuse you on this point. The Government of Canada, our Prime Minister, our Minister of Industry, our Cabinet, they've listened to Canadians. Canadians are embracing the EV mandate, or the rebates. They also, though, want to address the issue of range anxiety. They want a better national EV charging network. So we're investing, as my colleague said, $1.5 billion to support the charging infrastructure. And finally, we're establishing a comprehensive trade regime that strengthens the competitiveness of the auto sector by strengthening remission framework to reward companies that produce and invest in Canada, which we should all be able to agree on. We are attracting new investment to Canada, which should also be an easy point of agreement. And we are maintaining our counter tariffs on auto imports from the United States to ensure a level playing field for Canadian automotive manufacturers in the domestic market. Finally, the automotive strategy protects Canadian auto workers and businesses from immediate pressures, while helping them bridge to the future, if required, through support and reskilling. But as that happens, other players are coming into the market, like EV batteries in St. Thomas and Windsor. This strategy, Mr. Speaker, has been supported by the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. They welcome the government's automotive strategy, quote, funding to support renewed purchase incentives and a robust charging infrastructure strategy will help continue to drive EV adoption, and CVMA members are well positioned to support the shift to electrification through diverse product offerings, end quote. The global automakers of Canada say, quote, we're pleased that the government has provided greater clarity on issues such as the electric vehicle availability standard, the reinstatement of EV incentives, and a commitment to aggressively build out the charging infrastructure. The Ontario Auto Mayors Caucus are thrilled. The Canadian Auto Dealers President and CEO, and this is my favorite, quote, the expanded and adjusted support measures aimed at maintaining Canada's vital automotive manufacturing sector are essential as we enter the critical phase of the CUSMA renegotiation with the U.S. dealers across Canada, particularly applaud the government for ending the EV mandate and choosing a better path forward for EV adoption that is more in line with diverse technology, charging infrastructure, and overall consumer demand. And even Unifor, Mr. Speaker, is saying they are ecstatic and that they believe this is very helpful for the sector. The Conservative motion before the House today, Mr. Speaker, is not a strategy, it's not sound policy, it's not even accurate. We need clarity, not confusion. EV incentives go to Canadian households and Canadian businesses. We have an integrated auto manufacturing sector. All vehicles assembled in North America have parts from Canada. The Strategic Response Fund is helpful, and I do not support this opposition motion, Mr. Speaker, because there's no substance. I support Canada's auto sector strategy. I support solutions that work. I stand with the sector and with our auto workers.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find that Liberal member's speech kind of rich. You know, they announced last week, the Liberals, their so-called auto strategy, and in it, it had a $2.3 billion fund for some rebates for EVs that are purchased in Canada. Now, while that sounds great, the problem is most EVs purchased in Canada are made elsewhere, including the United States, where many factories are relocating to the United States. So effectively, this rebate is now subsidizing U.S. and other auto manufacturers. So why is the Liberals subsidizing foreign auto manufacturers to the tune of $2.3 billion when tens of thousands of auto workers are being laid off here in Canada? Will they support Canadian auto workers?
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, will absolutely support Canadian auto workers, and let's be very clear. We also have the Canadian Auto Dealers Association. I don't believe the Conservatives for this motion have consulted with any of the large associations. Lots of Canadians will buy a Kia. Lots of Canadians will buy electric vehicles from lots of places. Why the focus on the North American auto market? Why are you now talking down some of our partners where the parts are being sold, where the collaborations are taking place? We have a North American integrated auto market. We're going to fight for that integrated auto market. We're going to fight for the auto workers.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurenti de la Belle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my colleague's question from a few minutes ago with regards to the motion. Why does the opposition motion need to be amended when they listed the companies in Quebec that weren't there originally? Why? The Honourable Member for Guelph. Mr. Speaker, I don't quite understand the question because I didn't amend the motion. If she'd like to ask a question about my speech, that would be great, and I'd be happy to answer. Before I continue, just a reminder that saying you means that you're talking to the honourable member. The honourable member for Rempel. Thank you. The global automotive industry is turning towards electrification and clean technologies. Can my colleague tell us how the government's automotive incentives, such as tax measures to attract investments, such as the development of batteries and essential minerals, as well as support in adopting EV and EV chargers, how does this all strengthen Canada's competitivity? How does it strengthen our jobs? And how does it position us as a world leader in the automotive sector? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Guelph. My colleague from Alfred Pélan answered his own question. Indeed, the strategy has to be seen as a comprehensive plan to attract investments, to have a look at all the supply chain, not only for the automotive industry, but for production as a whole, going from A to Z, from production to the installation, to the chargers. We want the best workers and we want to give them the tools to be the best workers. So thank you to my colleague and to you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite went to great lengths to proclaim that the subsidy will flow into the consumers or the buyers of EV vehicles. Isn't then therefore her contention that the price of EVs sold in Canada will not incorporate that subsidy into their selling price?
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the mechanism for the EV rebate will be similar to what it was a few years ago. So someone goes to a dealership and they purchase a vehicle, and depending on what the manufacturer's suggested retail price is, if it fits in the conditions, then they will get that rebate. It goes into their pocket, right? We are seeing movement of all types through the auto sector. And for a party that loves consumer choice, this EV rebate gives them that consumer choice.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really tough to get back to House business given the events that happened in Tumbler Ridge yesterday. And I know Canada is still trying to recover. And we do send our thoughts and our prayers to the community and the people and the families of Tumbler Ridge, because they're going to have a long journey of healing. And my family is quite upset about this. But today we're talking about electric vehicles, the rebate initiative that came out from the federal government here. And listening to the speeches, we keep hearing the conversation go back to how we're supporting the Canadian auto worker, and the world is moving towards electric vehicles, and Canada intends to join that trend. But American automakers for EVs are actually writing off their losses. So, and the same thing's happening in China. Their domestic sales are collapsing. So Canada is actually throwing a lifeline to America for EVs made in the United States with a rebate. I mean, there's only one car that could possibly qualify for the rebate that we're talking about. The rest of it is going to help an industry that's dying in the United States. The agreement they signed with China is going to help an industry that's dying in China. An overproduced, over-subsidized vehicle. But it doesn't end there. Tesla has revenues coming from carbon credits. And since 2017, without selling anything, has raised over $10 billion in carbon credits from auto manufacturers that don't produce electric vehicles, including Canada. So not only are we sending $2.3 billion of rebates to help a failing industry in the United States, our auto manufacturers, or what's left of them in Canada that don't produce electric vehicles, will have to buy carbon credits from an American company. How is this building Canada strong? How does it? I mean, you hear all these talking points, but everything is actually geared toward the United States, helping them with their economy, helping them with their jobs, helping them reestablish their manufacturing sector. Canada not only helped them with this rebate, but previously they gave Stellantis hundreds of millions of dollars to produce jobs and EV and vehicles in Canada. What did Stellantis do? They said, thank you very much, and they went down to the United States, they left Canada, and they're going to build a plant down there. Everything is geared toward the United States. Now, given the promises that have been made by this Prime Minister, we're going to be the strongest performing country in the G7. Nope. Got a failing grade in that. We're going to be an energy superpower. Nope. He wanted to be judged by the price of groceries at the grocery store. Nope. But one of the most significant promises that he made to President Trump was he was going to invest $1 trillion of Canadian dollars into the United States economy. I think we're well on that road to seeing that promise fulfilled. Even if it's in installments, like a $2.3 billion rebate going to the United States electric vehicle manufacturers. And by the way, when the Prime Minister came back to Canada, he clarified that it would not be taxpayers' dollars, that it might be private investment dollars. Well, this tax rebate is not coming from the government. It's coming from taxpayers. $2.3 billion. And that's on top of the $52 billion that this government had committed to create an electric vehicle supply chain in Canada for a vehicle that's produced in the United States. And now we're looking at 49,000 electric vehicles coming from China. We're helping lagging economies, but we're doing nothing to help our own economy and our own people, whether we're talking about jobs or affordability. I will say one thing, because I talked about a lot of this in the BC legislature, that the electric vehicle mandate was unfair and unreasonable, putting financial pressure on people to buy an electric vehicle, especially for people in ridings like mine, Skeena-Bulkley Valley, where it's not practical. It's not practical for the people that go out there and work out in the forest or work on farms, or should I say used to work in forestry, because our forestry industry is basically shutting down left, right, and center in BC. It's not practical. So to put financial pressure on them to make sure that you're going to get punished if you buy a gas or diesel vehicle was unfair to people that are already struggling with affordability. But what replaced this electric vehicle mandate? A tailpipe emissions mandate. And it's going to accomplish the same thing as the EV mandate. It's going to put pressure on Canadians, especially Canadians that can't even think about purchasing an electric vehicle. This is not fair. I mean, government should not be putting more hurdles and obstacles in front of Canadians that can't afford a home, can't afford groceries, can't afford to pay their utilities. It's not fair, and it's not what this Prime Minister promised. Especially when you think, I don't think that the Canadian public understands where we're going in terms of investment. It's not just investing $2.3 billion in rebates that go to auto manufacturers in the United States. According to Natural Resources Canada, we will need around 450,000 public EV chargers, along with nearly 12 million at home by 2035 to accommodate the projected new EV car sales. Now, we talked a lot about this in BC. The infrastructure you need in BC, especially for the rural areas, is just not there. It's not there. And we're talking about a transmission line, the supply of electricity in the first place, which BC doesn't have, then the transmission line that goes right down into your neighborhoods and goes right into your home. It is just not there. It's going to cost billions and billions and billions more to provide the infrastructure for the EV mandates. And who's going to pay for that in the end? Not government. It'll be consumers and taxpayers. In fact, right now, what I'm getting in my office is complaints about the new hydroelectricity bills that people just got in the last couple of days. How come the jump? I don't know. I do know that the hydroelectricity cost for dams in BC was a deferred cost. And just like the unmanageable budget that this Liberal government has put in place, at some point somebody's going to have to pay that bill. At some point. If you don't, there are consequences in terms of your sovereignty. If you can't pay your bills as a country, there are many examples of what happens to a country when they can't pay their bills. So the idea of being fiscally responsible, I know it's a joke to some of these people here, but under the Indian Act, it was hammered into us as chief and councils, and we were not allowed to go into debt or deficits under punishment from the federal government, and those rules are still there today. So we can talk all we want about this brand new world where everyone's drawing a electric vehicle, and I see the speaker is giving me some kind of signal. Or
Done. Appreciate the member responding to that. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Alfred Pellin.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has taken the fact of vehicle electrification in Canada and suggested that it's a complete failure of this government. And yet, I would ask, how can my colleague claim that he's defending workers in the automotive sector while rejecting a strategy which concerns incentives for production in Canada, which protects jobs through the transition, and which reduces our dependence on one single export market? So Canada is going to become a country which is going to concentrate on electric cars. So why is he saying that this is a failure?
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
I'm saying it because this Liberal record has already shown what failure looks like. They gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Stellantis to build a manufacturing plant here. And they claimed they're going to get it back. And they claimed that it was going to promise jobs. What did Stellantis do? They took the money and ran down to the United States to build jobs, build cars in the United States. What's so different here? What is actually producing jobs and the economy in Canada with this rebate? It's all going to help to benefit the United States.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in the Bloc Québécois. We think that electric cars are the future. Right now, there are no factories building electric cars in Quebec, but the incentives are good because it accelerates uptake of electric cars. It makes them more affordable. What does the Conservative Party have against having more affordable electric cars on our streets?
For Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
I have nothing against affordable electric vehicles. I have nothing against affordable gas and diesel vehicles. I have nothing against that. My opposition here is to why is the rebate essentially going to fix a dying economy in the United States in terms of Ford, General Motors, at the same time while benefiting Tesla, an American USA company that will benefit from more carbon credits.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Is the member for London Fanshawe rise on a question? And the honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I'm standing in the House, in the House of Commons since the tragic event that happened on Tuesday, February 10th. On behalf of the people of London Fanshawe, our thoughts and prayers go to the community of Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. As I stand, I'd also like to ask a question to my colleague of Skeena Bulkley Valley. Despite the Liberal government $52 billion committed to an EV supply chain, most vehicles made and sold in Canada remain gas-powered, so this policy rewards countries that already dominate the EV production. May my colleague please expand on this concern that will affect many Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. And really what I want to talk about and what I try to talk about is a made-in-Canada approach for Canadians. We've actually forwarded questions for this Canadian government to actually fund initiatives in Skeena Bulkley Valley that will produce jobs and revenues for Canadians. So we're talking about Telco Coal, they need infrastructure. Terrace Industrial Lands, they need infrastructure help. We're talking about Stewart Port that needs infrastructure dollars. We've got no answers. We've got the answers for a made-in-Canada approach. We don't need an approach that helps a dying electric vehicle industry in the United States, and that's what this rebate's going to do. It's going to rescue electric vehicle industry in the United States.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Then Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader. About 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member doesn't seem to recognize there's an integrated automobile industry between Canada and the United States. Many of the parts are actually brought or come from Canada, manufactured in Canada. They go to the United States, put into electric vehicles, and then, yes, some of them will come back to Canada. Does he recognize the integration of the automobile industry in Canada?
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
I do recognize their integration, but it's not just the auto industry. We're intricately connected in all sorts of trade, and that's why the CUSMA negotiations are so important. But the diversification that we're talking about doesn't mean spending $2.3 billion of Canadian tax dollars to help a dying industry in the United States. If anything, why are we not investing that in industry in Canada and bring back those jobs that was lost just this past year under this Liberal government?
Resuming debate. Well, please do that. And I'll member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise on behalf of the people of Simcoe North, and it is always an honor to rise in this chamber and speak about issues that matter to Canadians. Before we get into the opposition day motion, the supply day motion, I think it's important to figure out or discuss, with respect to electric vehicles, how we got here today. For years, the Liberal government has been chasing an electric vehicle mandate such that by 2035, they were proposing that 100% of the vehicles sold in this country needed to be electric. For years, they were wedded to this ideological view that the government should force people to drive certain kinds of vehicles. That was against all the advice from industry. Officials in Environment and Climate Change Canada even raised the prospect that this EV mandate, the electric vehicle mandate, would drive up the prices of used cars, in turn hurting low-income Canadians, and would harm those individuals in rural and northern communities because of a lack of access to infrastructure. Since the EV mandate had been proposed, Conservatives had constantly and consistently demanded that that EV mandate be abolished. Now, I suppose you might say, or you might think, that Conservatives should now be very happy because that EV mandate has been abolished. I suppose you might think that we should be applauding the government for listening to Conservatives, but listening to the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who don't want to be told what kind of vehicle to drive. The challenge that this government has is that they've now replaced the electric vehicle mandate with an electric vehicle rebate scheme that they are now reintroducing, which will now subsidize the purchases of electric vehicles by Canadians for vehicles that are not produced in Canada. In a world or in a moment where we have massive deficits, we have not just massive deficits, deficits that are double the size that even Prime Minister Trudeau had projected. The government is bringing forward an unfunded program, i.e. they need to borrow additional money to fund this new rebate scheme, where Canadian tax dollars will be going outside of the country to purchase vehicles not built in Canada. There is another way, which includes the Conservative proposal to take the GST off of Canadian assembled vehicles to reward production to stay in Canada. The automotive sector is on its knees. It is 50% smaller today as it was when the Liberals first took office in 2015. We have seen automotive production continue to be sucked south of the border. President Donald Trump has made it his explicit objective to take Canadian auto sector jobs because, in his words, Americans don't need Canadian-made automobiles. They want American-made automobiles. Of the $2.3 billion that is set aside for this rebate program, the lion's share of that amount will go to Canadians to purchase vehicles not assembled in Canada. Even worse, a large amount, millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, will go to where? You guessed it, American automakers who are assembling vehicles in the United States and sending to Canada. It is bewildering, stupefying. It makes no sense why we would take Canadian tax dollars and send them out of the country. It makes even less sense why we would take those tax dollars and send them to American companies. Why would we be rewarding President Trump for his behavior? This is all too common of a pattern of behavior with this government. They introduce bad laws and bad regulation against reasonable advice, only to turn around and reverse themselves and then expect that they will be applauded, that they deserve a medal. But you don't have to think very hard about those examples. It took them years to realize they made a mistake with the carbon tax. In fact, they went on for years saying that the carbon tax put more money in your pocket. Then, when they canceled the carbon tax, they said they were doing it to make life more affordable. You can't make this up. They also seem to believe that the way forward is to assemble vehicles in Canada for export to markets other than the United States. That is just pure fantasy. There is no planet on where it will make sense to build cars in Canada to send to Europe or to send to China or to send to other markets other than the United States. This is also evidenced by them linking the tailpipe emission standards, aligning them with Europe. Those regulations actually make no sense. We should be aligning on a continental fuel-efficient standard so that vehicles can be assembled in either Mexico, the United States, or Canada to be sold in those markets. It's just not realistic. Not only will we be diverging on our standards, safety standards for vehicles in Europe are incredibly different than they are in Canada and the United States. That means that vehicles need to be assembled in a different way. It's just not a practical solution. We absolutely need to maintain an integrated market in North America for vehicles. We need to make a deal with the United States that would see a de-escalation of this trade war, especially as it relates to automotives being produced in Canada. These jobs are not just a job of one individual. These jobs support families. These jobs support communities. These jobs are supported by thousands of other jobs throughout the rest of the supply chain in the conventional vehicle market. I know that the government likes to claim that there are electric vehicle parts produced in Canada for this integrated EV market in the US, and that some of the parts in these vehicles will be made in Canada and eventually shipped back in a finished vehicle. But it pales, absolutely pales in comparison to the thousands of parts in the conventional internal combustion engine vehicles that are currently made today that need to go to the US. It is imperative, absolutely imperative, that we do not decouple and do not believe that there is some fantasy land where Canadians are going to start making vehicles for shipping elsewhere around the world. China is already building plants in Eastern Europe. Car manufacturers are building plants in Europe to service that market to reduce transportation costs. We need to be realistic that the most likely scenario to save our auto sector is to ensure market access for Canadian autos, and we should be rewarding Canadians to purchase Canadian-made products. In my last 30 seconds, Mr. Chair, I want to wish you a happy Valentine's Day. I would like to wish my wife a happy Valentine's Day, my 2 children, my friends at Sunny Ways. I would like to wish them a happy Valentine's Day, and my close friends, including Tom Barlow. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And yes, I can wish my Liberal wife a happy Valentine's Day, too. There will be love in my house, I hope, come someday soon. Thank you.
Of course, the chair takes no position on any of these such matters, but happy Valentine's Day and happy Families Day to all. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député Alfred Pellon.
The honourable member from Alfred Pellon. For Alfred Pellon. My Conservative colleague claims that he defends the choice of Canadians to drive any car. Why a strategy? Why would he be against a strategy that makes make cars cheaper, protects jobs in Canada, and gives Canadians the freedom to choose their own car? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North. I appreciate the question from my colleague. There is no evidence to suggest that the rebate will protect Canadian jobs, because that rebate is going to go primarily to automakers who do not produce vehicles in Canada. What's even worse, the rebate's actually higher in the upfront years, that is in the next 1 or 2 years, and actually tapers off. So by the time that Canadian automakers might actually be producing electric vehicles, that rebate's actually going to even be less. So there is no evidence to suggest that this rebate will protect Canadian jobs. We should take the GST off of Canadian-made vehicles. That's a direct way to support Canadian auto workers and their families.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll thank my colleague for his speech and for his joy-filled words. I have a question for him. Why is it that the Conservatives are gnashing their teeth about subsidies for electric vehicles, saying that this is an encouragement to foreign vehicle automakers, but they're absolutely in favor of $10 billion in subsidies to the oil sector, which is 70% of which is owned by Americans.
Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. I think that's his first question of me in this chair, and I'm pleased to serve in this chamber with him. I would say that I'm not sure I would agree with the premise that there's $10 billion in subsidies to the oil and gas sector. I do believe that in a resource-constrained environment, fiscally constrained environment, we need to question every single dollar that's spent, and why would we be subsidizing the purchase of vehicles that are not made in Canada? With respect to the oil and gas sector, we need to make sure that we have more pipelines in this country to get our resources to market, and we need to work with the provinces to make that happen. That will produce more jobs for Canadians here at home. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. In fact, he talked about, for example, the regulatory harmony that existed between Canada and the United States, which led to the growth of the North American auto sector. And what's happened with this shift in the EV mandate, the government's moved over to a rebate system, but the regulatory environmental standards that they are now putting in place, would you not agree that they will do more harm to the Canadian auto sector, not help it?
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that question to expand on regulatory harmony. We have an integrated auto market in North America. Part of that also means we need to make sure our regulatory environment is harmonized. If we think we're going to decouple the regulations and align our tailpipe emissions with the European Union, we will not be able to send our vehicles into the U.S. And a news flash for the government: it will not be economical for us to ship vehicles from Canada into Europe when there is overcapacity of supply there and additional manufacturing being even built to supply that market to reduce transportation costs. China is already building plants in Eastern Europe. We will not be able to do it. The most likely destination for our vehicles is in the United States. 80% of what we produce goes to the U.S. 90% of that number also goes to the United States. That is our most likely purchaser for our vehicles.
Order. It being 5:51 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Madame Dancho, appuyée par Madame.
Madame Dancho, seconded by Madame Gladu, moves that given that over 5,000.
Thank you. Lots of paperwork here. Monsieur Deltel, appuyé par Monsieur Epp.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Epp.
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded division.
Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, February 23rd, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, C-19, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. It being 5:52, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill S-211, National Framework on Sports Betting Advertising Act, standing in the name of Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Maloney, moves that Bill S-211, an act respecting a national framework on sports betting advertising, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The honourable member for Waterloo.
What a member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the second reading of Bill S-211, an act respecting a national framework on sports betting advertising. I would like to begin by thanking Senator Marty Deakin for her dedication in crafting this bill, alongside her colleagues in the Senate who unanimously voted to send this bill forward to us in the House. Speaker, Senator Deakin is a Canadian who has coached and led teams from grassroots to the Olympics, Commonwealth, and Pan American Games. She, like many in this chamber, has witnessed firsthand what sport, the power of sport, what opportunity sport can be. Sports betting is legalized in Canada, yet constituents in Waterloo, as well as constituents across multiple provinces and territories, have shared concerns regarding the abundance of advertisements, which now often overshadow the sport itself. I have witnessed the joy of young people being given very basic equipment and facilities that allow them to learn and lead through sport. This is what sport should be. We are hearing directly from Canadians that these lines are being blurred. Speaker, this is a problem we all bear some responsibility for. I include myself in this, as I voted for Bill C-218 in the 43rd Parliament entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Sports Betting. Mr. Speaker, you will recall in 2021, Parliament passed Bill C-218, which amended the Criminal Code by removing the long-standing prohibition on betting on the outcomes of any race or fight or on a single sport event or athletic contest. It removed one line from the criminal code that referred to single sports betting. This, in effect, permitted provinces to allow for single sports betting in their own jurisdictions. It's interesting because the ads we see that permeate every phone and television screen across the country are all from Ontario, the one province, for now, where private companies are allowed to operate and advertise. To date, every other province or territory only allows for single sports betting through their own lottery corporations. And yet, I and my colleagues have heard from our constituents coast to coast to coast that they are growing tired and increasingly concerned from seeing advertisements pushing sports betting. Sending this bill to committee for thorough and thoughtful study will go a long way in trying to make this right. I would like to thank my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, for seconding this bill. I also appreciate that Bill S-211 has been joint seconded by many colleagues spanning across 3 political parties, including 7 provinces and 1 territory. I and many colleagues are eager to respond to the growing concerns of constituents and to determine the correct framework forward. Just a reminder, Mr. Speaker, that less than 5 years ago, to gamble meant leaving your home and going most likely to a casino, something I will elaborate on a little bit later. Many other countries like the UK, Australia, and Germany have implemented similar policies to some degree. Italy has banned ads outright. Admittedly, for all these jurisdictions, it remains a work in progress, but the takeaway here is that other jurisdictions are at least doing something about it. And why? Because they legalized sports betting well before we did, and they are reckoning with the outcomes. Mr. Speaker, we have the benefit of foresight here. We can see where this is heading, and we cannot stand by and let our country and its citizens steer straight towards that iceberg by doing nothing. Gambling is not a benign form of entertainment for everyone. For a significant number of Canadians, gambling is addictive, and consequences that extend well beyond the individual to families, workplaces, and communities. Problem gambling is associated with financial distress, mental health challenges, relationship breakdowns, and in severe cases, self-harm. Sports betting is a unique and distinct form of gambling. Its abuse is deeply intertwined with users' love of sports, an activity rooted in community, identity, and shared passion, which masks the true nature of the harm. Sports bettors often develop a perceived personal connection to the athletes and teams they wager on. This familiarity can create a false sense of expertise and control, leading individuals to believe they can outsmart the game, heightening their risk of larger financial losses and addiction at higher rates. Sports betting is widely perceived as socially acceptable, even celebratory. The act is framed as a way for fans to connect over their shared love of sports, making the abuse more persuasive than traditional forms of gambling. As a result, the social acceptance, encouragement, and normalization of sports betting significantly downplays its serious risks and sets it apart from how other forms of traditional gambling are understood. The digital era has expanded access to sports gambling-related harms in an unprecedented manner. Where individuals once had to physically travel to a casino or a betting venue, today this access follows users around with virtual betting sites existing in the user's pocket. The sort of addiction we have with our phones and social media, which we all have been guilty of at one time or another, apply directly to gambling habits as well. An article that was shared with me from the American Institute for Boys and Men states, beyond easier access, much of this increase in online gambling is due to the fact that gambling companies have engineered their games to be even more difficult to resist. They feature the same behavioral nudges and dopamine delivery mechanisms as social media platforms. These are not your grandparents' slot machines. The article goes on to say, every part of a gambling app is designed to be fun, easy to use, and hard to quit. After a cursory age verification process, bettors can deposit money as easily as buying something else online. The apps have their own version of an endless scroll with a constantly updating menu of things to bet on. Imagine being a gambling addict and always having a slot machine in your pocket, except you need that slot machine to stay in touch with friends and family, to get jobs, or to contact coworkers for banking, navigation, and the list goes on. Online expansion of sports gambling promotion has made access to the abuse easier, while the consequences feel less severe. Mr. Speaker, public safety is a top priority for the Government of Canada. The health and safety of Canadians is at minimum a shared responsibility. Canada has long recognized that addictive products require a different regulatory approach. Tobacco, alcohol, cannabis, and vaping products all are legal, but are not treated as ordinary consumer goods. Their advertising is restricted, and their promotion and regulation is grounded in public framework that prioritize harm reduction, particularly for young vulnerable peoples. These harms have all been treated with a national coordinated approach that have shown to be effective. Mr. Speaker, this upcoming June 29, 2026 will mark the 5th anniversary of legalizing sports betting in Canada. Enough time has now passed since the expansion for its impacts to become increasingly visible. A recent report released this past November from the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction found that 9.1% of Canadians are classified as experiencing problem gambling. Those most affected by problem gambling harms were those who primarily engaged in online gambling, specifically young men aged 18 to 29. The associated mental health harms with problem gambling are profound. Those experiencing problem gambling were 4 times more likely to report anxiety and depression, 4 times more likely to have thought about suicide, and 7 times more likely to have made a suicide plan in the past year. These findings make clear that gambling-related harm is not related to financial loss, but constitutes a serious and growing public concern. It is vital to recognize that national gambling statistics only include those above the age of 18. This is because research is limited to individuals who are legally permitted to gamble. Therefore, current national data does not reflect minors engaging in online sports betting, but we know that these youth exist through the abundant sharing of stories and lived experiences that I and many colleagues are encountering. Through consultations with the Canadian Society of Addiction Medicine, my team met with clinicians and pediatricians who work directly with impacted youth. These frontline professionals reported a growing number of children and adolescents presenting with harms related to online sports gambling. These clinicians reported treating children as young as 13 for severe problem gambling related to online betting. In these cases, the consequences extended beyond the individual child, placing significant emotional and financial strain on families, creating serious disruptions within the home. Pediatrician and youth mental advocate Dr. Sean Kelly shared that his own 7-year-old child asked about sports betting terminology after being exposed to gambling advertisements during a televised sports event in their own home. As a result, sports programming is no longer permitted in their household. These are only a few of the accounts heard from constituents spanning across the country, which make clear that youth exposure to online gambling is not hypothetical. It's already producing real and harmful impacts, underscoring the urgent need for stronger protections regarding persuasive media advertisements. When gambling-related harms occur, families are often left to carry the burden. Parents and siblings must cope with their emotional strain, financial stress, and breakdowns in trust that can allow a loved one's gambling addiction. What is especially painful for many families is the way this issue has begun to intrude on one of the few remaining shared family activities, watching sports together. For too many households, sports have shifted from a source of connection and joy to a source of anxiety and blatant annoyance. The volume of betting advertisements has been so abrasive during sports games that in 2024, on average, betting ads occupied up to 21% of advertisements during broadcast games in Canada. Its proliferation across all marketing forums is overshadowing the purpose of the game itself, which is to build community around cheering your team on. On that moment, I must say, in the Olympics, go Team Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's right. Mr. Speaker, I understand the intent in 2021 when Parliament legalized single-game sports betting in Canada. This was achieved with the objective to bring gambling activity out of the illegal market and into safe, regulated frameworks. The legislation granted provinces and territories authority to regulate their own sports betting markets to promote responsible gambling practices. But since its legalization, provincial and territorial approaches have been fragmented, creating gaps across Canada. While most provinces have stuck to a public regulated model with government oversight of the industry, Ontario, for example, has opened its market and allows private gambling companies to operate and advertise in the province. What begins as persuasive advertisements through the province can quickly and easily turn into engagements of illegal, unproductive, or offshore activity. It should bother every jurisdiction who has not loosened their markets that their own populations are being encouraged to place bets with companies that legally they cannot bet with. If they have held back on privatizing because of a more cautious approach, then why should their populations be bombarded with ads from one province who has decided to open the floodgates? This is at least one thing a national framework would undoubtedly address. As it is, protections for gambling ads nationally will only be at the level of the lowest common denominator. The internet, or even traditional cable, cares little for provincial or territorial boundaries, and all Canadians deserve the same degree of protections from gambling promotion and its associated harms. Problem gambling is federally recognized as a public health concern and warrants the same seriousness of treatment as other harms in Canada. Like tobacco, alcohol, cannabis, and vaping, gambling risks are not distributed evenly across the population. Aggressive marketing can exacerbate harm among the most vulnerable to addiction. When betting odds, celebrity endorsements, and winning inducements are broadcast repeatedly during sporting events or on social media platforms watched by millions of Canadians, including an abundance of children, we are no longer talking about neutral information. We're talking about normalization and encouragement of risky behavior that is more easily accessible than ever before. Even in Ontario, where celebrities and athletes were recently banned from promotions, there are some workarounds. These individuals can appear in what purport to be public service ads put out by companies that encourage you to bet within your limits. This is almost worse because it still affiliates an athlete to a brand, but also tells people that as long as you know your limits, gambling is a safe and healthy practice. Bill S-211 recognizes this reality. Bill S-211 acknowledges a legitimate public concern in protecting Canadians most vulnerable from the proliferation of advertisement in recent years. It calls for a unified approach across Canada to close the gaps in advertising abuse, to protect youth and the most vulnerable to persuasive marketing and addiction. Mr. Speaker, I hope all members will recognize the merits of the committee. I hope all members will recognize the merits of committee studying this bill and that all members will engage in this discussion so that we can do our best to keep Canadians safe. Mr. Speaker, while my feet, I know this week's been tough, especially because we've lost young Canadians. We owe it to these young people to make sure their future is bright, to make sure that frameworks are in place that work for them. So I just want the communities that have been impacted to know that the people of Waterloo are with them in our thoughts and prayers, and we will continue to stand by them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Now, member of Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've learned in researching this bill is that a lot of these gambling sites will actually even offer money in order to get people to come back to the apps. And so if you haven't used your app for a while, they'll say, here's $10 to go gambling. I'm wondering if this bill will address that as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. And so I'll be very honest. What we are bringing forward with this Senate public bill now in the House is that we need to talk about this issue. We need to make sure the framework works. And that is a concern that I've also heard. What's concerned me even more is the first time somebody is gambling online, they're being given an amount of money to say it's not going to cost you anything, we'll pay for it. And it just reminds me of how drugs kind of went through communities as well. So if this framework needs to address that, I think it's important. We need to look at jurisdiction. But committee will be able to bring in the experts to make sure that we get it right. Thank you.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Waterloo. It's not always easy to take up a bill that comes from the Senate, especially when it's not perfect. I would like to highlight and commend her for trying to open a public debate on something that does have a financial and health impact on people. Well, once again, this will step on provincial jurisdictions. I'd like to hear what she has to say about it because she talked about the Quebec model. So what does she have to say about jurisdictional aspects of this? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question and the opportunity to have a discussion on the matter. I believe that we have provinces that have a model that worked very well. But there are other jurisdictions where there are still some problems, so we have to see where we have a responsibility to act federally, and that is why I think this bill should go to committee so that we can have witnesses and we can have a discussion to make sure that the government federally is doing the work it has to do whilst respecting provinces and territories.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for Waterloo for her speech. I met with the Canadian Gaming Association, or the advertisers in question here, late last year. Their position is that the provinces already have enough regulation and that there's enough controls already to protect Canadians. What is her response to this position from the industry?
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank the member for that question and acknowledging that there is a diversity of opinions. There is a lot of organizations who have definitely been contacting myself, Senator Marty Deakin, as well as I know the member chairs the Heritage Committee. For me, I think as we have just legalized sports betting in Canada 5 years ago, we're starting to see some of the concerns and impacts coming from it. My concern is that the federal government did legalize sports betting in Canada, and we have a responsibility for the health and safety of Canadians, just like provinces and territories do. I commend the regulations, but we're recognizing that there's different models, and certain provinces have, I would say, imposed onto the space of other provinces, and usually when it comes to interprovincial, the federal government needs to play a role, so I would just like to have the conversation.
Questions, comments, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, about 35 seconds.
Excellent description of this bill, and not really talking about jurisdictions of provinces per se, but talking about jurisdictions of international borders, especially in the United States. Some of the platforms she talked about actually originate in the United States and are being advertised on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Is the government actually considered that, or are they going to wait for that to go to committee?
The honourable member for Waterloo, about same response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I would have to say to the member is that a bill would only be able to be amended or broadened or whatever at committee. So that's where the work would be done. What I am presenting through this bill is the value and importance of having a discussion around a potential framework. I did refer to unprotected and offshore sites, so I think that's where the federal government probably does have some responsibilities. We know that the intention was to give provinces and territories jurisdiction, but we're recognizing that people are getting advertising across the country, and it might be starting from one place and not in their backyard. So is that a responsibility for the federal government? And if it is, let's do something about it. Let's make sure we have a response before more harms are caused. Thank you.
J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre qui n'a...
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informed Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 12th day of February, 2026, at 5:07 p.m. Yours sincerely, Secretary to the Governor-General Ken McKillop.
Projet de loi ayant reçu la sanction royale.
Bill assented to Thursday, February 12, 2026, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Bill C-19.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows, February 12, 2026. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 12th day of February 2026 at 5:07 p.m. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Bill assented to Thursday, February 12, 2026, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Bill C-19, and I believe the member from Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. One, that in relation to its study of Canada and the forthcoming CUSMA review, 6 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C., United States of America, and the Detroit metropolitan area, Michigan, United States of America, in the winter/spring of 2026 during an adjournment proceeding period, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. 2, that in relation to its study of the Canada Arctic Strategy, 6 members of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C., United States of America, in the winter/spring of 2026 during an adjournment period, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. 3, that in relation to its study of North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, that is, modernization, 6 members of the Standing Committee on National Defense be authorized to travel to Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Nunavik, Northwest Territories, and Tuktoyaktuk, Northwest Territories, in the summer of 2026 during an adjournment period, and the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you, and I appreciate your patience.
All those opposed, the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on S211, an act to establish a framework on sports betting advertising, and I want to thank the member from Waterloo for bringing this forward. I'm sure as many of you can identify, when the average Canadian sits down to enjoy a sports broadcast, they're inundated with a barrage of endless advertisements for sports betting sites and online casinos. For example, in Ontario, a viewer can literally not go a minute without being exposed to 3 gambling references during the sports broadcast. In 2024, the CBC Marketplace did a report with the University of Bristol, and they found that over multiple NHL and NBA games, on average, 20 to 21% of the viewing time was spent exposing gambling advertisements. That's a massive volume of advertising. While online gambling is legal, we know that the potential, as with many other addictive activities, is to destroy relationships, livelihoods, and families. And that's why I believe it's important that sports betting advertising be treated similarly to that of alcohol advertisement, tobacco, and cannabis advertising. We've seen the impact of the increase of sports betting advertising in Ontario, and Ontario's growth in active player accounts on the gambling sites has exploded over the last 5 years. In just 2 years, it went from 490,000 accounts at the beginning of 2023 to over 1.3 million by the end of 2024. The advertisements in question are clearly working to build a player market, and that's obvious that because of the massive increase in exposure to these online gambling practices. The Canadian Centre for Substance Abuse and Addiction recommends that players not spend more than 1% of their pre-tax household income. In Ontario, that's about $89 a month. However, the average player in Ontario spends $283, 3 times the recommended amount that experts consider to be safe. And what harms are these players now being exposed to? The studies conducted by this organization to build the guidelines around this, said that an individual that spends more than 1% of their household income is 4.3 times more likely to experience financial harm, is 4.7 times more likely to experience relational harm, 3.9% more likely to experience emotional harm, and 4.4 times more likely to experience health problems related to their gambling compared to a low-stakes or non-gambler. These are significant risks, Mr. Speaker, and the harm is relentless and unregulated. The exposure to online gaming advertisement has caused an increase of 265% increase in those exposed to these harms. And these harms aren't limited to the individual gambler either. The data on relational harm shows that a high gambling causes risk to children, spouses, parents, co-workers, bosses, employers, and people in a 360-degree in relation to the gambler. Many sports betting sites also use questionable tactics to keep gamblers coming back by offering them free money or free credit. One Canadian man who started sports betting when he turned 18 said, "Imagine somebody going for sobriety is given a free drink. That should be illegal to give money to gamblers." Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight a particular segment of the population that seems most at risk from the harms of online gambling and sports betting. The American Institute for Boys and Men has found that the negative financial impacts of sports betting are more pronounced for young men, especially in low-income areas. A recent Maclean's investigation on the harms of the explosion of online gambling references Dr. Nigel Turner, a scientist at the Toronto Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, where he specializes in gambling research. Mr. Turner has analyzed the calls to the Ontario Problem Gambling Hotline, and he found that when iGaming in Ontario launched in 2022, calls jumped to that hotline by 30% and have risen every year. He notes that the demographics of callers changed to include younger and younger people, especially young men. On Tuesday, my colleague from York Durham was reflecting on becoming a new father and emphasized that strong and healthy families built on strong and committed masculine fathers. And he said, our kids need strong fathers and families, our communities need strong fathers and families, and our country needs strong fathers and families. And I'll be a champion for that. This is a great focus and an inspiration for young men. However, many young men are now finding themselves trapped in the addiction of gambling, of sports betting. This is destroying their relationships, families, and communities. Research has shown that hazardous gambling is correlated with the increased rates of anxiety and depression. Young men who engage in it are more likely to slide into a full-blown gambling addiction. And boys who frequently gamble miss classes, perform worse in school, drink more alcohol, and participate in other risky behaviors at higher rates, often to cope with the gambling-related stresses. These antisocial patterns compound, and the gambling sucks up their time and mental energy that might otherwise go to developing relationships, hobbies, and personal growth. Dr. Turner warns us that if we are also seeing an increase in sports betting advertising that includes celebrities, and he said, this is telling young men, a vulnerable population to gambling, that is a great thing to do and shows them somebody that they're admiring. Mr. Speaker, Canada is better when we champion young men and step up to be champion young men and call them to be builders, contributors, and to take responsibility. And that is why I think that this bill is a good step, and I'm happy to support it. Bill S-211 requires the Minister of Canadian Heritage to develop a national framework on sports betting advertising. It also mandates the CRTC to review the regulations and policies to assess their adequacy and effectiveness in reducing the incidences of harm resulting from the proliferation of sports betting advertising. The CRTC already regulates advertisements to children in alcohol ads and tobacco ads and marijuana ads, but I would suggest that sports betting ads be part of this as well. Bill S-211 would align gambling policy with how we treat these other activities. In preparing for this speech, I had a chance to read the Cardis memo on the former Bill S-269, as well as the report on the harms of single sport betting in Ontario. Cardis supports S-211 and had recommendations to further strengthen the bill. For example, Cardis recommends that strengthening subsection 3.2a with the view to complete ban on sports betting advertisement, instead of just restricting it around its usage. This would have a great impact on those who are vulnerable to gambling addiction, particularly on minors and boys. Alternatively, they suggest at minimum moving towards a ban on sports betting during sports broadcasts, or requiring a national framework to identify the measures to ban advertisements for in-game bets. Operators would remain legal and regulated, but they would no longer be permitted to aggressively market an addictive product to the general public during sports events.
It's a picture.
Hello, hello. Welcome. I would also note that the Canadian Medical Journal, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also note that the Canadian Medical Association calls for sports betting ads to be restricted during sports broadcasts. The family physician Shannon Charlebois, who is a medical editor at the Canadian Medical Association, states, "I have seen people's lives fall apart from all ages, from all walks of life, whether it's an accountant with a career behind him or a kid who's just looking to maximize his college fund, who's lost it all in a matter of weeks." She notes that while online sports betting sites say they're only for people 19 and older, the youth are being inundated with these advertisements that equates enjoying sports with betting. Secondly, Cardis recommends that adding to subsection 3.2b the requirement that measures include ways that Crown corporations could contribute financially to solving the problem of gambling addiction, to ensure that they put money into prevention and treatment, with the contributions being linked to their marketing expenses. Research shows that there's a clear causal relationship between advertisement and increased gambling activities. So if gambling companies are going to engage and be responsible partners in advertising, they should also be part of the solution. We need to put young men and families ahead of Canadians ahead of corporate profits. Thirdly, Cardis recommends adding a new clause under the subsection 3.2 to identify measures to improve the efficacy of gambling prevention messaging. They talked a little bit about the know your limit, stay within it piece and how that wasn't necessarily effective. And I think it would be a helpful suggestion. I would also recommend that the committee, when they're studying this bill, talk to Dr. Nigel Turner from the Toronto University. And for those reasons and more, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill, and I urge all members to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, with the final words, I just would like to say that this is exactly the way I think legislation has to work in this country. We legalized it a number of years back, and now we are reassessing whether that is working, and I look forward to that conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would also like to offer, like many other parliamentarians, my support to all of the communities that have been impacted, Tumbler Ridge and Kittigan-Zibi, by violent events this week. Mr. Speaker, Bill S-221 provides for the development of a national framework to regulate sports betting advertising by establishing national standards. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that nobody here will be surprised that once again Canada wants to jump headfirst into the jurisdiction of Quebec and the other provinces. And so, like with many other national strategies, we're not particularly happy about that in the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois recognizes the impact of sports betting advertising and its impact on vulnerable clientele. It has a negative impact. The Bloc Québécois is also aware that pathological gambling is a public problem that needs to be addressed by public authorities in a coherent way, and we know that money needs to be invested in this because there are people who are suffering. As I mentioned, each province is responsible for taking action and implementing measures to restrict advertising not only for sports betting, but also for lotteries and for gaming generally. We recognize that for many young people and minors, sports betting advertising, which is found among other places online and whose spokespersons may be athletes or celebrities that are admired by young people, is a problem that needs to be addressed. However, and I'll say it again, this isn't Ottawa's responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I would remind this House that the Federal Provincial Gaming Accord was signed in 1985. Amendments to the Criminal Code transformed gaming in Canada by strengthening provincial powers. As a result, the federal government ceded all jurisdiction over gaming to the provinces. Quebec and the Canadian provinces are responsible for governing, administering, and regulating legalized gambling. It should be noted that in 2021, this Parliament passed the Safe and Regulated Sports Betting Act, amending the Criminal Code to legalize the establishment and operation in a province by the government of that province or by a person or entity licensed by the Lieutenant Governor in Council of the province of a lottery involving bets on a race other than a horse race or a fight or a sporting event or a competition. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's quite clear that the management of sports betting is the responsibility of the provinces. The way that sports betting and gambling are managed today is different because each province has chosen to adapt the regulations to its own context and to its own interpretation of the regulations. And you know what? That's perfectly fine. Quebec and each of the provinces and territories have different ways of looking at things and different ways of evaluating vulnerabilities. Any regulatory and legislative changes that are aimed at achieving this are welcome because they give the provinces the power to act as they see fit and to act rapidly. And that's what's happened on the ground. In Ontario, for example, the government opted for an open market and created iGaming Ontario to regulate online gaming and gambling and to issue operating licenses to private companies. Quebec, on the other hand, chose to go in a different direction. Through its Mise au Jeu program, Lotto Quebec decided to take charge of online sports betting itself. This is a societal choice. It's a choice that belongs to each and every province. Do I agree with the Ontario model? No, not really. But I respect that government's choice. The Quebec model retains control of legal online gambling through Mise au Jeu. In 2016, Quebec, within its jurisdiction, in order to protect the public, passed a law specifically aimed at blocking unauthorized gambling websites by requiring internet service providers to implement systems to block those sites. Mr. Speaker, the Superior Court struck down that Quebec law because, in their view, it encroached on the government's jurisdiction over telecommunications as well as on the Canadian Criminal Code. So, given that context, what happens with this bill? Well, it doesn't attempt to regulate the Canadian Criminal Code or federal broadcasting laws. And yet, that's where the problem is, as we saw with the Superior Court decision. That's why Quebec cannot ban unapproved online gambling sites from operating on its territory. That's why there's been a proliferation of platforms and of advertising. We're not opposed to studying a bill that would address that issue. But we have concerns because, once again, there's a plan to put in place a national strategy for advertising. This is another example of Ottawa encroaching on jurisdiction that is not its own. Mr. Speaker, the Act respecting the Régie des Alcools, des Courses et des Jeux, which created the Régie, has a very interesting section. Section 23, paragraph 6 of that law provides for the control of advertising and educational programs relating to alcoholic beverages and those relating to activities governed by the Act respecting horse racing or the Act respecting lotteries and amusement machines. Quebec's rules are very clear when it comes to sports betting and advertising for sports betting. According to the Act, a gaming and gambling company must not, under any circumstances, promote these activities to minors. Advertisements must present games of chance and gambling games in a responsible manner without encouraging excessive gambling. And, you know, when you watch a sporting event, that's what you'll see. In addition, advertising for games of chance and gambling must not be misleading or inaccurate. For example, advertisements that promise easy winnings or that give the impression that the player is sure to win are prohibited. Another very important standard is the prohibition of this type of advertising in traditional media during programs that are likely to be watched by minors or a sensitive young audience. So Quebec already regulates online gambling advertising. What the federal government wants to do here is to tell us what to do and how to do it, yet again, as if we weren't able to do it ourselves. as if each province didn't have that capacity. And we've demonstrated here the opposite. And it seems, Mr. Speaker, that this concern stems first and foremost from their concerns about their own province. This is a bill that comes from the Senate, but I would advise the member who is sponsoring this bill to go and lobby her province to change its own rules. Because it's not because we don't have a uniform approach that there hasn't been a gap that needs to be fixed. We can't approach a problem the same way in Alberta and Ontario or Quebec, and I would even say at the local level. Approaches have to be different. And that's why here we're talking about decentralization. That's why remote and rural areas are asking for the tools for economic development, because a one-size-fits-all approach never works. Mr. Speaker, since we're talking about sports betting, let's use sporting examples as examples. Every Canadian NHL team has opted for a different model. The Maple Leafs have chosen to overpay their 4 best players. The Oilers invested everywhere except in a goalie. The Jets invested in a goalie, but not so much elsewhere. The Canucks and the Flames decided to rebuild, and the Canadians decided to rebuild around young people, Caulfield, Suzuki, Hudson, and Dimidov. So each team has chosen a different model. Each team is going to try to win the Stanley Cup, and any one of those models might allow those teams to get into the playoffs and maybe win the Stanley Cup, except the Leafs, of course. But anyway, each team is trying to win, and maybe we could see a Montreal-Edmonton Stanley Cup final and see the result of that. But we'll see. And some must have other goals for the moment because they're not at the same point. That's what Quebec is asking for. Let us manage our affairs as we wish in order to achieve the goals that we want to achieve. And even if Bill S211 really wanted to deal with the public health issue here, well, there would have to be amendments to restrict, for example, provinces from offering licenses to private entrepreneurs. That could help reduce competition from online sports betting sites that are fighting for vulnerable clientele. Where are the amendments, for example, for excise taxes? Where are the funds dedicated to health and social services to help Quebec and the other provinces offer better services to those affected? No, all this bill proposes to do is introduce a national framework. Do you know how much it costs the federal government to put in place a national framework? For example, the National Child Care Program? $50 million. That's how much it costs to send a check to Quebec. How much will taxpayers spend to create a pan-Canadian strategy? How much will they spend, once again, for different stakeholders to travel and on accommodation costs? Mr. Speaker, this bill is another example of Ottawa's wasteful spending, interfering in provincial jurisdictions. That's why I want to note the importance of thinking carefully about this. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, I am truly honored to have the opportunity to speak in favor of Bill S211 today, an act respecting a national framework on sports betting for many of the reasons that we've heard already this evening. Now, I'm not someone who spends a lot of time watching professional sports, I'll admit, but they're often on my TV when I'm home with my family, and even I have noticed that sports betting ads are ubiquitous, specifically betting on sports. It's become a topic of conversation in our house. People aren't just watching sports anymore. They're participating with their money. They can bet on the next play of the football game they're watching. They can bet on how many points a professional baseball player might get in that game. Every few minutes, there's an ad encouraging Canadians to gamble because watching sports seems to no longer be enough of an experience in itself. Now, our sports figures, our sports teams, they're part of our national identity. Sports have long brought Canadians together, and now Canadians have to navigate endless gambling advertisements in order to watch a game or a competition. And for many people, this presents a risky temptation. Back in the early 2000s, when I was a journalist, I got to know a prominent Hamilton man who lost his career due to a gambling addiction. And we spoke at length about this. He introduced me to some of the men he had met at Gamblers Anonymous, all of them people who had important careers until they lost everything due to their gambling addictions, including a lawyer who was supposed to be appointed to the Superior Court bench the same day that police were raiding his offices to find evidence that he had stolen money from clients to fuel his gambling addiction.
And these people, we did a whole long series, TV series about this. They told me how difficult it was to resist when they were routinely bombarded by advertising that compelled them to keep spending money at casinos and other gambling venues. Because remember, this was back in the early 2000s. It was before this tsunami of social media. It was before the avalanche of betting sites that we have available online today. And today the world is different. We know this. It's not just adults in the prime of their careers who are falling into destitution and despair due to addictive behaviors. Elderly people, vulnerable people, people susceptible to mental and physical harms, they're all being bombarded with the same sports advertising. Today, children are glued to their devices. Children are watching sports, and inevitably children are fed a constant stream of sports betting advertising. Gambling has become normalized as a part of sports. This is what our children are learning as they grow up. I chair the Permanent Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. We recently completed a study on the impacts of social media on young people, and we heard that many online applications used by children encourage addictive behavior. The gamification of everything means our kids are becoming addicted to their favorite vice earlier and earlier in life. They're learning how to become addicts. We heard this testimony from several witnesses. For example, Maude Bonenfant, she's the Canada Research Chair of Games, Technology and Society and professor at the Université de Québec à Montréal. She told us that platforms use games of chance and money. They use gambling as a strategy to keep users engaged as long as possible, and the line between video games and gambling is becoming increasingly blurred. So video games are becoming more and more like gambling. There's more and more betting within video games. The algorithms are increasingly sophisticated with their aim to keep kids immersed in online content through gambling. Michael Cooper from Mental Health Research Canada told us one addictive behavior can be a catalyst for another addictive behavior. So people who spend more than 6 hours online, they're more than twice as likely to be at high risk for alcohol and cannabis abuse and a host of other addictions. The same is true for gambling. This normalizing of gambling in everyday life can mean, according to Cooper, that our ability to regulate ourselves in the face of temptation is broken. And today, we're inundated with enticements to gamble, particularly in sports. So Speaker, Bill S-211 is a first step in preserving the integrity of the sports culture in Canada, but it's also about preserving the mental health of Canadians. Our colleague from Waterloo and other members have spoken about the former Bill C-218, the Safe and Regulated Sports Betting Act. This was something Parliament brought and became a law in 2021 because before that, all we had was black market bookies with ties to criminal organizations, and the bill was an attempt to put the industry under the purview of the provinces so that it had greater oversight. But today, only Ontario in Canada authorizes third-party gambling operators, as you've heard several times tonight, and sports betting operators have taken full advantage. They've purchased oodles of ad space on regional and national broadcasts, particularly on sports channels for sporting events. And some estimates say we're subjected to 3 gambling ads every minute while we're watching sports on TV. We now see sports betting ads even when we're watching live. They appear on athletes' jerseys and on the boards around the ice rinks. In Canada today, we have more than 19 million active online gamblers. This is one of our fastest growing industries. Canada ranks 8th in the world for the most money spent on gambling, about $4 billion every year. And, as I impressed upon this chamber earlier, children, teens, and vulnerable people are also watching these games. They're talking about the experience the next day with their friends and their community. Do we really want them to think of gambling as a normal part of taking in a sporting activity? Or even that you haven't really experienced a game if you haven't put some money down on this outcome or that player? We need to deeply consider whether we want important, healthy Canadian cultural institutions to be intertwined with the often harmful habit of gambling. Research shows the more we're exposed to gambling ads, the more positive our attitude becomes towards gambling. Intentions to gamble become greater, and gambling activities increase. The Canadian Centre for Substance Abuse found that almost 1 in 4 young people who bet online report harms due to gambling behavior. that online sports betting is associated with double the risk of gambling harms compared to other forms of gambling. And sports betting advertising is 4 times more appealing to children than adults. Now, I learned a lot about the significant impacts that problem gamblers face when I did that news series 25 years ago. Impacts on their own health, on their mental health, on their well-being, and equal impacts on their family and their loved ones. Problem gamblers are 4 times more likely to have anxiety and depression, 7 times as likely to have planned suicide in the past 12 months. Excessive advertising can exacerbate all of these issues, as I heard from problem gamblers, and that was a quarter century ago, long before the onslaught of advertising we face today. Researchers say there is a possibility of a connection between the extent of exposure to advertising and the intensity of the gambling addiction. So Bill S-211 asks the federal government to establish a national framework, regulate sports betting advertising, provide tools for the prevention and diagnosis of gambling, and to support those who are impacted by harmful gambling addiction. And Canadians agree something should be done. In 2024, a poll by Morrow Group found that most Canadians have a negative attitude towards gambling ads. 75% say we need to protect children and youth from gambling ads. 66% say those commercials should not be allowed during live broadcasts. 59% believe in a national ban on this kind of advertising. When we pair gambling with the broadcast of a game, we normalize sports betting as an integral part of the sports experience. It is not. So I believe you with words from Bruce Kidd, who is a retired professor of sports policy. He wrote in the Globe and Mail on February 7th. He established that about 4 million Canadians, the population of Alberta, are at risk of a gambling addiction. And he said, I quote, "Think about the multiples of the number of people who watch a Blue Jays game in Rogers Stadium and then think about their families. If we fail to pass Bill S-211, those will be the numbers of people we'll have abandoned to the careless greed of the advertisers who think they're doing their part by saying over and over again, disingenuously of course, please gamble responsibly." Thank you.
Well said. Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, and I will inform the honourable member for Northumberland Clark. He will have about 7 minutes to make his intervention before I need to interrupt him. The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you very much. And I have to say, this debate has been excellent. I have learned many things. Thank you for the speech that was before mine. And I guess I'll just start off in the member from Waterloo, I think, talked about this a little bit. The joy of sports, right? I was never much of an athlete, much to the disappointment of my father, who was an athlete. But the one thing I could do is I could watch sports. One of the greatest joys I have is either watching my daughter compete in her competitive dance or watch my son compete in hockey. He's a goaltender, and he's at a tournament tomorrow. So please, everyone, wish him good luck. But there is nothing that I enjoy doing more than watching them compete and having a great time. But what I also love to do is sit around the house when we get that break from time to time and watch sports with them. And so the enjoyment of them watching Team Canada compete. Team Canada, the hockey team won 5-0 today, so way to go, guys. It brings joy around. And my chosen NFL team is the Buffalo Bills, and so there's nothing better than sitting around with friends and family and crying together as they lose yet again in the divisional round, and all that. There's like a purity to it, to people competing and giving everything they can and working so very hard to get to that great moment. And as coming together as a team, anyone who's worked as a team, and that's what we are in this House of Commons, knows the thrill of coming together, putting someone else's interests above yours, and competing to get the best possible product, bill, or win the game. And there's a purity and there's a greatness to that. And I must say that the gambling around it has tainted that. And you know what? People also talked about this a little bit earlier, some of the other speakers, when they talked about the particularly vulnerable groups to this. and that is young men and boys. And if you go to a high school and you see nearly every teenage boy, as well as teenage girl for that matter, will have a phone. But if you pull up their phone, I guarantee you that over 80% or 90% of them have a gambling app on their phone. And that's scary. That's scary because it's leading you down a path. Now, not everyone will go down the path where it will have a big impact on your life, but some will. And what is the amount of the numbers of the individuals of people who go down that path, who have that challenge? What are we willing to accept as society? Is it okay for 1 in 10? Is it okay for 1 in 100? Is it okay for 1 in 1,000 to give up their life to a horrible gambling addiction that sucks in friends and family members as they try and support these people through these difficult? What is that number? And one of the things that I try to do when I look at legislation or look at the laws and as we decide and try to make the best decisions in this House, and I believe all 343 members attempt to do this one of the way I look at this is, if we were driving to that perfect society, that society where we all live in prosperity, we all live in abundance, we all live and kind and gentle to each other, and we all have only good days, will this law get us closer to it? I know I'm not naive. I know that we will certainly not get there in my lifetime, and probably not even after that. But I think as a House, as legislators, we should be striving towards that goal. And when I see this legislation, I say, yes, this is another step towards it, because it starts to rein in and regulate the amount of advertising. And there's a couple of issues I have with this legislation, and I hope it'll be flushed out to committee. Of course, we'll be supporting it to committee, and we hope that that gets flushed out. But the overall driving principle of this legislation, that we expose our children to less advertising and gambling advertising, I think is a positive direction. And I really don't think anyone can say no to that. And in fact, I'm told that there are actually industries out there right now that are actually self-regulating, self-imposing those regulations and the amount of advertisement. And to those folks, I say, great job. Let's keep it up. The less government we have, the better. In this case, I think that there is need for some intervention, unless, of course, industry can get together and control their own house, which would be great. But I have been there, like the member, sitting there watching sports, and I do watch probably too much sports, and it is just amazing. You will see in one show an advertisement for 3 or 4 different online sports betting. Then you'll see it on the boards of the skating. You'll see it in the back of the basketball stadium. You'll see it in the baseball stadium in the backyard. Like, it is it's just absolutely everywhere. It's invasive. And so just like the government has stepped in and regulated advertisements on things like alcohol and nicotine and smoking, I think it makes sense to have a process here. Now, the Bloc Québécois actually raised a terrific point in that a lot of this is provincial jurisdiction. And when we look at national frameworks, the idea is good. I have no doubt about that. But I'm hoping that some work can be done in committee where we don't just have a one-size bureaucrat-led fits-all solution. That we bring in partners, that we have agreement from the provinces, that we have agreement from the premiers from coast to coast, that we have agreement from industry, quite frankly, that say, because whether you work for a multinational, or whether you work for the Parliament, or whether you work for the Premier, the reality is we all have children, and we all want the best for those children. And we need to find a solution where we have everyone working together to make sure that children are protected, as there's clearly been excess of advertising of online betting. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member, and I'll inform him he will have 3 minutes and 12 seconds the next time this House considers this matter. À l'ordre, la période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant.
Order.
À ce moment.
Pursuant to Section 30 of the Standing Order, under provisions of Standing Order 78.3, The question is as follows. That this House do stand adjourned.
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the government's defense of the industrial carbon tax. They say farmers do not pay it. They say it only applies to large emitters. They say it has almost no impact on households. Let us walk through this in plain terms. When a farmer in my riding buys a new combine or replaces their tractor, that equipment is built with Canadian steel produced under a carbon price that is rising to $170 per ton. When they purchase replacement parts, install an irrigation system, upgrade an industrial dryer, or build a machine shed, those materials are made from steel and aluminum produced under the same industrial carbon cost. The government may not send the bill directly to the farmer, but the farmer receives it anyway. Statistics Canada confirmed that realized net farm income dropped by $3.3 billion in 2024, a 26% decline. At the same time, operating costs climbed to $78.5 billion, and farm debt rose to 14%. Farmers are not looking for lectures about climate policy. They are trying to cover their costs and plan for the next season. Professor Sylvain Charlebois from Dalhousie University has been clear that the industrial carbon tax continues to erode the competitiveness of our agri-foods sector. He has pointed to the growing cost gap with producers in the United States. That gap matters when Canadian farmers are competing directly with American producers who are not operating under a $170 per ton carbon trajectory. When Canadians say food costs are too high, they were asked for policies that bring costs. They're asking for policies that bring costs down. Instead, they received a temporary one-off rebate. I don't oppose this rebate, but it does not change the cost structure for farm equipment. It sends money back after the price has already gone up. If the policy increases costs at the production level and then we offer rebates to offset those higher costs, that is an admission that the burden exists. Canadians do not want a cycle of higher costs followed by temporary relief. They want structural change to make things cost less. This government speaks out about being pro-Canada and strengthening domestic supply chains. It speaks about building more here at home. But if something is produced in Canada to be used in Canada, like steel and aluminum, it carries this industrial carbon cost. This is the same when the government wants to use Canadian-made steel and aluminum in a Canadian-made car, a Canadian-made ship, or a Canadian-made bridge. Everything the government says they want to build more of in Canada is increased by the industrial carbon tax, while other markets are unaffected. The incentive for suppliers to build or fabricate elsewhere becomes higher. For example, when they chose to build BC ferries in China instead of Canadian shipyards, that means using non-Canadian steel and no support for Canadian shipyard jobs. We cannot ignore that reality. Mr. Speaker, the question is straightforward. If the industrial carbon tax increases the cost of producing the very goods we say we want to build in Canada, is that policy helping affordability or is it making the problem worse?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from the beautiful province of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure that we make it clear that the member is presenting a picture of the industrial carbon pricing system that simply does not reflect how it works or who it applies to. There is no carbon tax on food, and farmers are not subject to the industrial carbon price. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, independent modeling backs this up. An analysis from the Canadian Climate Institute and Navius Research shows that the economic effect on industrial carbon pricing on consumption will be extremely small, less than 1/10 of 1% by 2030. And industrial carbon pricing has essentially no impact on the agricultural sector. The same analysis projects that the cumulative GDP impact on the agricultural sector would be 0.08% by 2030. Farmers don't directly pay the industrial carbon tax, and there are almost no costs passed to consumers. This system in question applies only to large industrial emitters: steel, cement, oil, and gas, mining, and other heavy industries. It was designed so that the biggest polluters and not smaller operations like Canadian farmers are the ones carrying the costs. The intent is straightforward, Mr. Speaker. Cut emissions from major industrial facilities while protecting competitiveness and keeping jobs here in Canada. Under the federal system, industries have several compliance options. They can make their operations more efficient, including by adopting new technologies. They can generate or buy credits from cleaner performers, or they can pay the carbon price. This is not a one-size-fits-all levy. It's a flexible framework that rewards innovation, drives investment, and minimizes cost impact across the economy. When Canadians look at higher grocery bills, the main drivers are global: disrupted shipping routes, climate-related crop impacts, and the cascading effects of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine on fertilizer and energy markets. These are the same pressures facing consumers in Europe, the United States, and around the world. Our government has taken concrete steps to support producers and continue targeted support through the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. We continue to work with farmers and not against them. The idea that scrapping the industrial carbon pricing would suddenly make fruit from the Okanagan cheaper is simply not rooted in evidence. Eliminating climate policy won't reverse climate-related crop losses. It won't stabilize global supply chains, and it won't protect Canadian industries from carbon border measures being implemented by our trading partners. Climate action and economic strength go hand in hand. We will continue to deliver on both, Mr. Speaker, and that's what this side of the House promises. Thank you so much.
A member for Similkameen and South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, no one in this House is arguing against reducing emissions. The question is whether driving the industrial carbon tax to $170 per ton while our competitors in the United States do not face the same burden is helping the environment or simply pushing production elsewhere. If steel production moves south, emissions do not disappear, jobs disappear, investment disappears, Canadian competitiveness disappears. And meanwhile, the farmer still pays more for his equipment. The manufacturer makes less products. This is not a debate about caring for the environment. It is a debate about whether this policy is making life more affordable, and they still have not answered that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will repeat this. I'll repeat this because it matters. Farmers do not pay the industrial carbon price, and groceries are not subject to the carbon price. Industrial carbon pricing focuses only on major emitters and gives them practical options to reduce pollution at the lowest possible cost while also driving investment, clean technology, and in Canada. If the opposition succeeded in dismantling these tools, it would not lower food prices. It would increase pollution, reduce investor certainty, and place Canadian industries at a competitive disadvantage as other countries move towards cleaner production. Our government will stay focused on affordability, economic resilience, and a cleaner future for Canadian workers and families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the government proudly announced recently it was removing its failed EV mandate and replacing it with a shiny new emissions standard. But as Shakespeare warned us, look the innocent flower, but be the serpent underneath it. The surface appears to have changed. The explicit sales quota is gone. But beneath it seems to lurk the same coercive rules. So the old mandate aimed for 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2035. The new emission standard, by the government's own proposal in its press release says it will result in 75% EV adoption by 2035 and 90% EV adoption by 2040. So automakers will still endure the same intense pressures, credits, penalties, subsidies to sell mostly electric vehicles. So if this is not really just the old mandate, if it's not just the snake in disguise, can the government please explain to me what the difference is?
Actually, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention from my colleague from York Durham. And on this day of all days to receive this question is really quite something. This is a day in which the administration to the south, the U.S. administration, has rejected a decades-long bipartisan consensus. The very serpent that the honourable member refers to is the existence of California-level emission standards that have increasingly been stringent over time and helped us get the kinds of vehicles that we are manufacturing here in Canada, whether it's internal combustion engine vehicles or hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles. There's been a long-time consensus amongst Liberals and conservatives and progressive conservatives in Canada, a long-time consensus between Democrats and Republicans. Today, the U.S. administration is making a very clear decision to break away from that and to say we want no emission standards whatsoever in their challenging of the endangerment finding. And the Conservatives are embracing that extreme far-right position. This is a position that comes out of the Project 2025 playbook. It comes out of a complete rejection of any progress in this sector, the kinds of progress. And the Conservatives are embracing that extreme far-right position. This is a position that comes out of the Project 2025 playbook. It comes out of a complete rejection of any progress in this sector, the kinds of progress that give us the vehicles that we have today. In our auto strategy, yes, we are proud of the investments in electrification. We are proud of those rebates. We are proud of the supply chain that we hope to continue to grow out of the investments we're making in electrification. We know that the investments in sustainability and electrification are the very investments that attract new investment, new greenfield auto plant investment that we've had over the decades here, and we hope more will come. And we know it's all based on a set of skills that is the best in the world, the workers, the team members at the different auto companies and the part suppliers who are the best workers in the world, and which is why more investment is being attracted here. And Mr. Speaker, to hear that the other side, and this was, I think, a major piece of news today, that not only is the Conservative opposition opposed to the EV rebates, which we knew they would be, but they reject any tailpipe emission standards whatsoever, associating themselves with an extreme far-right position that is the current policy of the U.S. administration, rather than embracing the bipartisan consensus that has stood us well in decades, has increased stringency, has resulted in cleaner vehicles that people want, is really quite something. I look forward to an explanation.
The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member doth protest, but he does not answer my question. I have another one about the new EV industrial strategy, as it's called. I'm not one for subsidizing companies, but if you are going to subsidize companies, as the Liberals are proposing with a new subsidy for the purchase of American-made electric vehicles, at least should it not be available to all Canadians on an equal footing? But right now we know, and studies will show this, and the government can confirm, that for the most part, working class people buy used vehicles and cannot afford or choose not to buy new or lease new EV vehicles, which are on the higher end. So this, in other words, what they are proposing is regressive. So what steps will they take to ensure that the subsidy that they are going to offer will be available to all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member knows, this new EV rebate is positioned a bit differently than the older one. It's capped at vehicles retailing at $50,000 or less. And, you know, sometimes I hear from the other side that we are denying consumer choice in some way. In fact, our policy is to attract investment, of all types, while looking and pointing to the electric vehicle future that we're pointing to. The auto strategy is about vehicle production generally, and we think that the marketplace is well served. We're very well served by our auto dealers in this country, which provide a wide variety of options to consumers, and this auto strategy is very consistent with that.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre, Rempel.
Mr. Speaker, the convention decision is not a small local dispute. It's a Canada-wide concern. It raises fundamental questions of property ownership. The court found that aboriginal title may exist over lands currently held in fee simple by private owners. That finding carries significant implications for Canada's land title system, a clear system built on certainty. For generations, when the Crown granted fee simple interests, those grants were understood to provide certainty of ownership. One of the doctrines historically relied upon to support that certainty was the extinguishment argument, the position that historic Crown grants were treated in law as having settled questions of Aboriginal title in those lands. This has long formed part of the legal architecture underpinning property ownership in Canada. However, during provincial litigation, the federal Liberal government made a deliberate decision not to advance that argument at trial. That was not a procedural failure. It was a directive to Federal Council. The extinguishment argument, central to fee simple certainty, was not defended. Since that ruling, uncertainty has spread beyond one region. Land title questions are surfacing elsewhere in British Columbia, including most recently in relation to land claims in the King Kong Inlet area. When foundational legal principles appear unsettled, the ripple effect extends far beyond the original case. Yet the federal government has provided no clear public explanation of its directive, no detailed legal justification, no clear statement of principle. Filing an appeal does not explain what doctrine the government now stands behind. If this reflects a policy shift, Canadians deserve transparency. If a new framework is being adopted, it should be clearly communicated. This government's decision has consequences. In Richmond Centre Marple, families are concerned about the security of their homes, often their life savings. Lenders are raising questions. Developers are pausing projects. Large and small businesses are reassessing long-term plans. On October 23rd, the City of Richmond wrote to the Attorney General urging restoration of the extinguishment argument on appeal and seeking clarification. There's been no response. City Council subsequently passed a motion calling for federal action. There's been no meaningful engagement. More than 500 residents attended a public session seeking answers, while provincial officials were stepped in to provide reassurance. Property law cannot operate in governmental ambiguity. Certainty underpins mortgages, development, taxation, and long-term investment across this country. And the federal government carries ultimate responsibility for securing property ownership in Canada. So, will the Liberal government explain why did the government direct its lawyers not to advance the extinguishment argument? What legal principles does it now intend to defend? And what immediate steps will it take to restore certainty and confidence for Richmond residents and Canadians across this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for raising this important topic and giving me the opportunity to speak to the issue. This is an important topic, and I think that it is valuable that we are having this discussion today here in the House. However, as we have this conversation, it's also important to note that this matter is before the courts, and so it is incumbent upon all members to be judicious and responsible when discussing this case so as to not impact the legal process. Our government understands that the trial judge's decision in the Cowichan case has created uncertainty for potential impacted landowners in the area for which title was found to exist. Since September, we have been clear. Canada disagrees with the BC Supreme Court ruling and appealed it on September 8th. British Columbia, the City of Richmond, the Musqueam Indian Band, and the Tsawwassen First Nation have also appealed. We're reviewing potential legal arguments, and all options are on the table. This decision's potentially significant implications, including on private fee-simple property rights, require greater legal certainty, and our government is committed to attaining that clarity through the proper legal process. To be clear, we are absolutely committed to maintaining legal clarity and stability for private land ownership. That is why we defended the validity of fee simple title granted by the Crown at trial, and we will continue to do so now as we go through the appeals process. We absolutely understand the frustration and some potential impacted private property owners in Richmond about the fact that they did not receive official notice of the proceedings prior to the decision being released. Canada brought an application in 2017 seeking an order requiring the plaintiffs to notify the private landowners in this case. At that time, the court declined our request to have plaintiffs given formal notice to the private landowners. Just a couple of weeks ago, Canada filed its consent with the court regarding the application by Montrose Industries and eco-waste industries to be added to the litigation and have a limited reopening of the trial. This would allow the company to provide its perspective on how the declaration of Aboriginal title impacts its legal, and financial interests, evidence that was not before the court during the trial. We are now awaiting the decision from the court regarding the application. However, through it all, Mr. Speaker, I want you and this House to know we absolutely respect the constitutional recognition of Aboriginal rights and title, and we maintain a firm commitment to advancing reconciliation. We will continue to work collaboratively with all parties to uphold the principles of reconciliation, transparency, and the legal responsibility throughout this process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre, Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the residents of Richmond do not buy that argument because the case is before court that we cannot make comments. The BC government make comments. The Richmond City Council make comments. So it's not right for the federal government to be silent on this issue. Secondly, to say that they've appealed is not enough. They have filed an appeal at the very last minute, and also without a clear direction what they're going to use as the ground of appeal. So once again, my question is, will the Liberal government retract its directive to its councils and use extinguishment as the ground of appeal in this case?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to maintaining the legal clarity and stability of private fee simple land ownerships. The decision's potentially significant implications, including on private fee simple property rights, requires greater legal certainty and clarity, which we are asking the courts to do. In our country, the Supreme Court of Canada makes rulings, and as politicians and as a government, we respect that. However, our government is committed to attaining that clarity through the proper legal process, not a political process. To further support potentially impacted private property owners, BC has also taken the lead on moving forward with the Provincial Loan Guarantee Program, given that land ownership and title falls within provincial jurisdiction. We are absolutely committed to maintaining legal clarity and stability of private fee simple lands and ownership, and we will continue to work with all parties to find a solution. Thank you.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.